Good afternoon. It is Monday, and in true time-honoured tradition, the British bank holiday, well, it's a bit cold and dismal. I mean, it's not horrendous. I mean, it's not sideways rain and, Armageddon-looking stuff. But, well, it was really quite warm and sunny during the week. It was very pleasant. Maybe almost a little too warm. Now it's kind of, so where's my jumper and have you got a blanket? So, anyway, I forgot to change the thing. Bad me. We are not making triangle 29. We are working on test subject number 2. So we are working on we are not working on triangles today because we completed triangle yesterday. So I thought that today I would look at doing more of my testy number 2. Now, testy number 2, shut up dog. I'm trying to imagine some of the things that I will put in the final pattern, and I thought back to the bookmarks that I made in Bucks Point, which Chantilly is basically the same as, which is kind of what we're doing, although not essential to what we're doing, if that makes some sense. So what do I mean by that? I mentioned it a few times, is that the difference between Bucks Points and Chantilly is that by default, in Chantilly lace you do the twist and then the cross. In Bucks Point you do the cross and then the twists. But you can do the same in Chantilly lace, it's just called a closed stitch. So, in essence, it's the same stuff. Now, I've been wondering if the snakes, because the snag is still walking around in my head, and I would like to know whether I can use those shapes in this. Now, because of the fact that they don't travel in pairs, these bobbins don't clear a space, and I can kind of show what I mean by that. So, let me switch to pillow, and let me zoom in. If I look here, if you look at this top bit, these two bobbins, there isn't really a gap, because these two are the ones that got the cross, the two in the middle, these two. These are the ones that were previously twisted, so they fall slightly further away. But it doesn't really form a gap. So in torsion, for example, because you would make a gap, these would then come out of the pin below, and there's, well, a gap. So when it comes to, for example, making spiders, instead of having legs coming from, I don't know, like, can't see, if I grab one, that's the simple answer. There's my tub of things. Yeah. So if I put this down, if you look at any of these spiders, there's a gap at the top here and gaps at the side. There isn't a single spider, but, if you take these, this is a nearest to a traditional spider in the middle. It's a gap at the top, gap at the edges. So at the 4 corners, there is a gap. Well, if I do that with this, well, there's 2 kind of forward legs and 2 kind of backward legs. And basically, the legs are going to come from somewhere else. Now, is that actually a problem? Oh, no. It does mean that it's going to look different, because you can't really do the bit at the side because, for example, if I was to do the next stitch here, so if I go zoom back in again, hang on. If I was to do the next stitch here, I use these two, and I would cross, twist, and then put a pin in. But if so it they kind of stay where they were. And if I twist both of these to make a leg, and both of these, for example, well, there's nothing for these two to be a stitch with. And I don't know, it kind of strikes me that feels weird. It's alright, I was looking at something at the edge, it just looked a bit odd. I think it's the angle. Anyway, but I'm going to try it anyway, because, well, what's the worst that can happen? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to try making a 3-prong spider. So, I need... Why is it, wherever I sit, whatever I do, the angle of me and the lace pillow is never a good plan, alright? So, let's move you out the way a bit. So let's do... Now, maybe I need an extra one, an extra leg. Why am I need an extra leg? Well, because I'm cheating and using a pre-pricked for something completely different pattern, and in doing that, I haven't got a middle spot necessarily to put my pin in. Well, is it going to look great? Maybe not, but so those are the 3. So let's put you in there. It's gonna, no, that's too small. You in there, and snug you down like that. Well, you know what? That doesn't look horrendous. I mean, it's different, but it doesn't look horrendous. Now, I'm going to do cathedral arches, darling. So I'm gonna... Well, you know, if you're going to experiment, you might as well go all in, right? No, not like that. No, like that. That doesn't sit right in my soul. Now, well, it is exactly right. That sits better in my soul. That's right. For my brain was, you know, as my brain inevitably does, having a bit of a fart. So, let's go there. So that comes down into the middle. And then you come down into the middle, like that. And then we go twisty, 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 twisty. Now, this is where it could get a little more interesting. So you normally meet here. So let's take you and try and meet. No, not cross twist. So twist, twist, cross. This is where I think it could look a bit overly funky. So you would normally meet there. Okay. And you then... Now, I do think that because I'm doing twists and then crosses, this could look a little overly funkily wrong. But, why not till I try? So, twisty, twisty, cross. Pin. I give everyone a tug. By the way, they made little Star Trek emblems, the archers. Just so you know, they look remarkably like the Star Trek insignia. Which I'm not against. You know. For Star Trek is cool. So, twisty, twisty, cross. See, the reason I'm wondering about this, well, if I don't try it, you know, I'll never know. But I'm going to make a couple of, so just checking I'm using the right line of things. The reason I'm just going to try a spider to start with, because, well, why not? Then, on strip number 2, because of course I've got to make a second one, I'm going to go for a snake. Because, well, hello, you know. But I also think doing cross twisty twist is a better option. Now, the reason for that is that the cross sits where the pin is. The pin's not at the bottom, it's a bit and pin's at the top. So like here, I'm going to join these two in the middle, and they'll just end up as a bunch of joined together poop. And it will look less good, is the short answer. Well, something's not right, because that's not the pinhole, but then that's not right either. That goes in there. Okay, maybe not. Maybe. Actually doesn't look as bad as my brain thought it might. Now, it's not ideal. If you look at the... What's wrong with myself? There we go. If I do that... Now, you can see that it's partly due to the shape of the thing, but it makes a bit of a Star Trek insignia, but it does kind of work. So there's no reasons you can't... Excuse me, one moment. What were you eating? What the heck were you eating? What have you found to steal and eat? I could hear you. You'd taken whatever it is upstairs. You're allowed upstairs. Sit down. Sit down. Right. You're allowed to take things upstairs, because that's where you can take your toys and you can go sleep on the bed and everything. But when I can hear, like, crunch, crunch, crunch from downstairs... No, don't snog me now. You're being told off. I had to put you on mute because I was going to scream, so... What were you eating? What in your little furry face had you found to take upstairs and eat? Because it's not dog food. No, it sounded more like plastic carton at a guess, which suggests cheese, potentially. Was it cheese? meat in a packet, because sometimes they come in a slightly crunchy sounding packet. Because it wasn't cardboardy, it was definitely like brittle plasticky sounding. Might have been a Coke bottle, but you don't really steal Coke bottles. Well, exactly, because first of all, if you're allergic to that and it's going to cost a vet trip on a freaking bank holiday Monday, it's coming out of your soul. Although she is fairly indestructible, it's him that tends to puke and cough and... Don't give me the side eye, little one. You are a good girl, mostly. I do say mostly. Hey. Little pup. But if I can hear that over what I'm doing, you're not ninjaing like you think you are. No. You see, if I didn't hear you, you would get away with it. But you don't. You kind of... It's a bit like the kid watching TV on full blast in his room and thinks his parent can't hear. You know? It kind of... I can hear it. If I can hear it, I know you're doing it. Stop licking my wretched hands. I gave you some of my dinner. I did. You never offer me any of yours. No. Oh, slow down. Now, with any luck, she's forgotten about it. Whatever it was. It'll dawn across her brain cells in a little bit that she was doing something, but she will have forgotten what, won't she? Yes, with any luck. So I don't call that an unsuccessful spider. I mean, it looks a little bit weird. Where's a pointy stick? Looks a little bit weird kind of here, because there's no thread. But there's one here, which is this thread, but then it kind of goes straight over the top of this pin here and straight to the second pin. So it looks a little bit odd, but odd does not mean wrong. So now I will point out, you don't normally see spiders in these things, but I really like the slithery snake. So having worked out how to do slithery snake, I kind of want it in my neck curtain. Now, if this is going to make my neck curtain, because, well, it's potentially very promising, I need to work out what I'm putting in it, because I don't really do flowers, and this kind of lace is really hyper associated with flowers. I could do leaves, maybe. But I'm not really what's the point of putting leaves on it if you're not going to make them green? Well, I could make them green. That's the other option. And that is something I've considered. But I am no artiste. Frankly. I am shit at it. So... you know... yeah. But I do have ideas, but I mean, if I could draw, oh God, if only I could draw. Because what you need to do is, normally this is done on a 60-degree grid, not a 45-degree grid. Now, you can do this on a 45-degree grid. It is well, not Chantilly, but Bucks Point is recognised as done on a 45-degree grid, but it just looks different. Well, that's fine. Looking different is well within my remit. Now, obviously, a 60-degree grid gives you a much more circle-style option, right? And that's fine. That's cool. We can cope with that. But, if I want to draw leaves, I'd want to have, well, I don't really want like a straight line and then a leaf and a straight line and a leaf, because that would just look, well, shit. But you can't just put random leaves in. That doesn't really make sense either. You kind of have to have a reason. And putting in some coloured blobs is well within my remit, but only if they're primary shapes like circle, triangle, square, rectangle, diamond, you know. I can draw those, because, well, I stamp them out in a tool and pop them in, but I can't draw. I have established this. Many years of my life, we have established that Liz cannot draw. And so I find myself struggling a little bit because it is a bank holiday bonus earlier stream of the day. And yeah, it's public holiday over here. For that is a thing. So I'm just going to do another layer of stitches here to help sort out the ones above, because, well, no, don't cross first, you stupid cow. Crossing first does come as a nature, because many laces do the cross first. Some do it later, and, you know, it's not essential. Doesn't really matter. You know, it's two ways around a square kind of thing. So let's do the same over here. One of the things that I do struggle with this lace is that it's much harder to see who's next, because, like I showed a minute ago, is that even when you know that a particular pinhole is... Why are you not going in? You're as blunt as arse. Fuck off then. Your point here. There you go. So this is the next spot, right? But if you actually look where the threads go, it can easily disappear. So you can easily end up, arguably, missing spots. So but this will help sort out the positioning of the row above, so we can take a better look at our spider. So you see, that doesn't look quite so bad. Now I've got an extra row going down it. Oh no, I don't. Oh, no. Did I give up? Hang on. Got to do this one. That's why. Now, it's very easy to miss one, as proved, right? Because they just kind of blur. I mean, it's not as tidy as a torsion one, and it kind of really needs something around it. Because if you look at the legs, where's pokey stick? If you look at these legs here, right? So this top part is all nice and even. This bottom part, this top leg doesn't really go, I mean, other than the pins all look out of whack, this leg seems to go down to almost the right hand side, but these three seem to go to the top three. These three seem to go to the bottom three. So it's almost it just, I mean, it's not, it's just the way it's kind of settled in a bit. It's so I do think that Hummer Snake could make an occurrence, because obviously the snake works. Now we need to do kind of a normal, not an archy one, because that's an archy one for those who weren't here at the time. That's a cathedral arch snake, i.e. you make the body on top, but you do, instead of working, when you do the body top, you're actually making a diamond that you squish in the arse or the top, depending on your point of view. Because what you do is you cross all of those from the right to all of those on the left, so that they all end up the other side. And it would naturally form a diamond shape, because it's at 45 degrees. Now, you then put a pin in, so it's squish. So it seems a little bit odd, but you go with it, right? And then you do it again, which is how you end up with the kind of weirdy, like, eye-shaped body. I didn't do that. I took the outside legs in. I suppose I could have taken the inside legs out. I don't think it really matters too much. But they didn't cross, so on the left-hand side, I swapped the bobbins round by doing, you know, outside to inside and then outside to the next one, and so I've crossed all three on both sides, and then twisted them and finished their legs. So you end up with like the Star Trek insignia, is the short answer, but it's known as a cathedral arch. I like the top. The top works. I mean, it gives the normal kind of body. I'm not sure I did the bottom so well. That looks a little bit for want of a better word. But at the same time, I've seen worse. So we need to do a normal spider. We need to do, and then we want to try a couple of my kind of conjoined spiders to see if we get the same Hummer Snake kind of thing going on. Now I do think the snake needs to be on strip 2, because I don't really want to make this too long. Because, well, I've got to join it afterwards, and, you know, I'm so looking forward to that. So you two, you see, here's the other thing. If you look here, there's this thread and this thread, and this one comes round, hang on, that's pokey stick. This one is round this pin here. This thread is round the next pin. Or at least that's how it's hanging. And it's hard to know which kind of threads go with which pins, to be honest. It is not as easy to read as torsion, which is why people start with torsion. Because, well, it's not harder to do, it's harder to work out when you've stopped where you got up to, I think is more accurate. Did I twist that? Did I do the twist on that? Yeah, I did. It's also inherently more delicate, which, you know, not a word associated with my good self. I don't generally do delicate. So... And yet here, there's 3 threads between 2 pins, and your brain actually 4, and it makes your head hurt because, well, how did that how have I ended up with 4? Brain hurt. How in the name of sanity have I got 4? What the fuck do I do about it? See, 4 on a going this way makes sense because these 2 pairs meet and make the pinhole below. That's fine. You're good. These 2 should make that, but then there's this one. There's like an extra one. But these also seem to come from far, far away. So it's more likely that this is right and one of these 2 is wrong. But at the same time, have I got the same on the other side? Because maybe it's just blindly believe, you know. So let's see. I've got... Okay, so here I have something similar. There's 2 there, 2 there, and 1 there. Okay, so whatever I've done, it is not abnormal. But you have... You 2, let's skew you out, right? You 2 and you 2 would make that one. So if we do that, 1, 2 chunk, put in the missing pin there. That makes you 4, and then yeah, I think this is why they consider it a more advanced. It's not, as I say, it's not because it is harder, it's because you can pickle your brain far more easily. But you see, it's definitely 1 too many here. And I swear it's you. I swear it's you. Or, actually... So if we take you on face value, you 2 and you 2, because you come from up there, that seems wrong. I swear it's this that's wrong, but I also can't explain. I can explain what's wrong with it, sort of. When we should have done that next pin, you should have been twistily involved, but you weren't. So why not? Why were you not twistily involved. Let's undo these then. So let's take you out and untwist you. Sorry. Take you out and uncross. Twisty, twisty. Uncross. Twisty, twisty. Thank you. And here seems to be the problem. So, no, you're a pair and you're a pair. This is like an extra pair that that somehow but the other side worked. Let's undo you for a minute, just because. Actually, what were you holding in? You were holding in you. So, right. Let's pull you, because you don't seem to be doing what you should. So we'll undo you. Cross. So, let's have a look now. You see, it doesn't quite look right. So you and you need to do twisty, twisty, cross, and you go in. It's like I've got an extra one, and I don't know quite where the extra one's come from. Now you and you go twisty, twisty, cross. And you go in there, which means you go twisty, twisty, cross, and you go in there. That's all looking, see, this is all adding up, this is good. Twisty, twisty, cross, you go in there. So you are all making sense, because, twisty, twisty, cross, you meet at the bottom. That's kind of good. So that all works out. So let's go back up here. And there are two. So, twisty, twisty, cross. Twisty, twisty, cross. Did you get two twisties, or did you not? Let's cross the wrong, that's fine. Twisty, twisty, cross. Yay, Sugar Bear! How you doing? Cool. Cool. By the way, I filled in my schedule. I put my timetable up. It is, of course, very much subject to mood, annoyances, day, workload, tiredness, hungry, fed up, frustrations, headaches, sicknesses, the weather, frankly, everything. But I have put a schedule up so that you can. It is only, however, approximate. and light today because it's bank holiday. We do. That's 2 pins, idiot. We're doing it early because, well, it's bank holiday and I'm not at work. So. It's not that early. I mean, it's what, 2:45. But if it was a work week, it would be early because I'd still be at work. Fair enough. That's right. I'm just working out. There's something wrong there. This pin, that pin there, this one, shouldn't have 2 threads around it, but it does. Undo. Control Z. Right. So you aren't. You and you are. Yeah. Now I'm doubting my life. By the way. No. This isn't working now. I'll move my table. This isn't working now. And my brain hurts. I need the loo now. My brain's kicked in. I'm going to use dog because it doesn't throw up the stupid game. Back in a minute. No, I hit mute because I was off. I was off. So you missed me saying. I apologise. I knew that was a bit of a closer call than I intended. Thanks for telling me. Right. Otherwise, I'd have happily gone on and you guys wouldn't have heard a word. So, well, these stripes are different. But at the moment, something has gone wrong. And I'm not quite sure how I achieved it. So, how in the name of fairy madness have I managed this? I want to do you a sec. It all seems so... I know I'm not the only person who does this. You do something. No, it's not. I do occasionally zoom in like this, but we've been looking at the detail of it, and, well, if I zoom out... Hang on. You can't really see shit from a distance. Unless you've got a really big monster screen, you can't see a lot of the detail. Now, if I zoom back in again, hang on, because I can't really explain what's wrong with it at a close detail. So, once again, where a pin joins, 4 bobbins do a dance, right? So where there's a spot for a pin, ignore these markings because, well, they were bollocks the first time around, which is why we never did it, because I didn't put them in evenly. But for every pin, shut up. For every pin, there should be 2 bobbins either side of it. Amy, don't answer back. You're already in my bad books. Now, it's getting a bit busy around here with bobbins. But there's something going on at the edge here that isn't making sense. Because this pin here is almost an erroneous pin. So these 2 should be a pair. And these 2 should be a pair. And I've got a feeling that's what's wrong with it. Maybe. So you 2 need to come in and go twisty, twisty, cross. And we need to stick you in there. Then you 2... The problem is there isn't a lot of room. If I zoom out again, as you can see, there isn't a lot of room to work. It's kind of this, and that's it. A little handspan spot. Now, in theory, you don't need any more space than kind of the bobbins. In practice, you feel happier when there's kind of a decent slice of pie. Now, I could put all of these in a stick. But I don't really want to. Because, well, yeah. Now, we did a bit of a spidery effect here, to test if spiders work, because you can Google this kind of lace all you like. You will not see, ever, a spider in it. But I want to do the hummer snake, because I really liked those snakes. I was really kind of attached to those snakes. I enjoyed the Hummer mag. This is normal though. This is the same angle you normally get. This is the default angle. On all my videos, this is the default angle. I've got a return to normal button, and that's this, right? It does depend. The biggest problem is because, well, neither you or I can see a huge amount of detail of what's actually being done. In close is nice when we're trying to look at an actual thing. I mean, initially I did try and do a kind of camera in camera thing so that true, but unless you're copying it, you soon learn the stitches. I mean, there aren't that many stitches after all. So, you soon learn the stitches and you will know, and you can see the threads moving to kind of go along with it. Well, you're welcome to try. That's not a sarcastic, well, you can try it if you like. No, that is, yeah, you're very welcome to join me. Because, well, I'm making a hash of it, so why can't someone else? I normally use the beige one of these pillows because it's slightly bigger, but it's got strip 3 of the original kind. Yep, I know, I just thought I'd best clarify it. But I've got strip number 3 of the ones we joined before on my beige one. I've obviously got 1/4 of a square done on the normal blue one. So this had to go on the green one. Well, it didn't have to go on the green one. I've got another blue one. But I thought it'd be easier to do it on a green one because the roller bit is kind of nice for the... When doing strips, roll pillows are the bomb. That or a bolster pillow, which is just basically a massive one of these. And with no supporting action. The bobbins just dangle off it. Oh, by the way, My things have arrived. You may recall yesterday I'd ordered some stuff on Amazon. So my ocean lamp, and it's a bit smaller than I thought. This is not the lamp. The next thing is smaller than I thought. But I got me a teapot. Now, I expected it to be a 4 to 5 person teapot, but it's a bit small. But I really like it. It is, and I quite like the fact that it says witch's brew on it, and it's not just a plain black teapot. But I did expect it to hold more than like a cup of tea. I expected it to hold like 4 or 5, which is a bit excessive for me because, well, you know, my dogs don't really drink tea. By the way, I went looking for what the pet noises were. Yeah, the teapot is very cute. It's a bit small though. I was expecting it to be just a bit bigger. I went looking to see what a little brown dog was eating. I am no clearer, so obviously it is whatever it was is now in dog. I'll find out later. But it's funny, now I've redone those bits, I don't have spare bobbins. How the fuck did I manage that? It does. Now, I'm going to try and scoot you around a bit more because I just want a bit more room over here. So, you two. So, normally I make the squares are made out of torsion lace. The previous strips have been made out of torsion because, well, why wouldn't you? Now, this is where confusion reigns, because again, it's wrong. It's wrong. No, it's not wrong, but it looks wrong, because if I pull this, it snugs up to this pin, and it should not. It should be nowhere near this pin. Let's undo that again then. Take you out. I know I can't be the only one who, the moment I think about it, it doesn't work anymore. I can't be the only one. So you are right. You're fine. But you're not. Take you out. And you out. Because, yeah, you're fine. You're the cross. You live there. That's okay. But, well, it is. But at the same time, the more you touch it, the worse it gets. So this comes down and out and back. But you look like one that would go out and back, but you don't. I need you to be twisted with you, but you're not going to get twisted with you. So, how in the name of fuck did I... This worked all the way down here. This has worked really, really well. And possibly because I'm now looking at it in slightly closer detail. But this outside one needs to come in, because this last one here is effectively the edge of my work. So these all come down like this. This one needs to go in and out and in and out, which is all it does, right? It doesn't know that, but that's all it actually achieves. It's a well kind of recognised thing in karate, so you do some weird combination. So you start off slowly, you know, kick, punch, block or whatever, right? Kick, punch, block, kick, punch, block, kick, punch, block. You speed it up a bit, kick, punch, block, kick, punch, block, kick, punch, block. And then suddenly your brain will go, wait, what? And that's it, it's all gone now. It's all out the window and your brain going, nah, what the hell are you got me doing? You know, and I've seen it so many times in karate where, you know, children, adults, doesn't seem to matter. Doing. Brain obviously goes, hi! And that's it. It all goes in the bin. And believe me, you don't want that as a gymnast, because if you're in the middle of the air and your brain goes, wait, what? It hurts, you know. But it's... So you... Mummy, my head hurts. Let's undo more of these. For undoing should not be a problem. See, this is what it should look like. There should be one this side of the pin, one this side of the pin. The one this side of the pin goes round the extra pin. You two then come to the middle. Twisty, cross, whatever, right? You put your hat back on. Put your hat back on. You're already in my bad books. And you go round here. But that gives me to this side. So what have I done previously? It's never come up. The actual fuck is going on? I think this is the only problem I've got. Because my eyesight is so poor, I really do have to stick things on the end of my nose. So let's undo this. Christy twisty. Because I'm pretty sure, if anything, it's you. Because you do not have a cross. So let's get rid of you, because actually you might do. So let's do cross, undo twisties. Cross, undo twisties. Right. So you two and you two. Because sometimes redoing it just sorts it out and your brain goes, well, I have no idea what was wrong with it then. And so you two go like that. Like that. And that's why. Because I'm an arsehole. Because I'm an idiot. That's why. So, what was I doing wrong, children? I was crossing these two and these two, but these two are not the pair. It was these two and one on its own. So you can only cross the two that were a pair and then do the five. This only comes in to do the cross at the end. Hence, it would make more sense if it was nearer the beginning. Right. So you go in there like that. You go. So again, if I look at this pinhole, let's zoomage in. Hang on. Zoomage. And we'll go this way a bit. Right. I know you can't see it too well, because, well, story of life. But we can rock back a step. So I'm trying to do this pinhole here. This tiny, not that one, there, right? No, it can't be. You can't see the pinhole I'm aiming for. Let me put this in it. This pinhole here, the one hiding just out of view here, right? So what was wrong was I took these two and twisted them, and these two and twisted them. But they're not the pair. This is a pair. Twist, twist. And then this just is the cross at the end. Hence it goes in and out. So it then gets the pin like that. I know I have to put my hand over it and then you can't see where I'm putting the pin. But there's no way I can slide it in from, because that's just too awkward. And then this one just gets wrapped around a pin on the edge like that. Which gives me my single thread. So that when I come to join them, I can do shenanigans sewy things with the single bits that are going to be a bitch to work with, by the way, because it's going to weigh so little. But I will be able to then have two threads appear in the join, and it won't be fat because now there's only the same number of threads as other places. That's the theory. In practice, we shall see. But in theory, that's how it should work. Hence, I don't want to make really long strips because, well, it's a bit tedious. Making strips for the sake of making strips is a little tedious in life. So, you're a pair, you're a pair, you're a pair, and you're a pair. So, twisty, twisty, cross. Unlike the torsion pairs, they don't tend to hang with their friends, so it's much harder to spot friends. Because, of course, they're not pairs anymore. Let's do some of this side now. Right. Now, sadly, you can't end up with a single thread using torsion. It says picking up like 20 pins and chucking them all over the place. Don't know where that went. Play hunt for it later. Just doing a quick grope and a stare just to see if the dog's going to stand on it, because that'd be just peachy, you know. Can't see it at all. I know it went in here somewhere. Even moving the magnet around isn't it? But I knew I threw one down my front. Doesn't seem to be caught in my jumper, because that's been a thing. Oh, if you stand on it, dog, I'm sure you'll tell me. So, let's do you next. Why is this table constantly leaning to the left? I can't move further to the right and I need this angle, but because there's a dog head and he's sleeping. And as we all know, the unwritten rule is you can't move the sleeping dog. can I straighten you up this way a little bit? Sort of. There you go. There you go. Right. Getting somewhere. Getting to a flat edge. Not that a flat edge is important, you understand. But it is squaring off the work we have done. And we can decide if we call that enough or not. I mean, if I put it down a bit, it's not a lot, it's only a little square. One of the biggest problems with this particular style of lace making is that because you don't kind of secure, for want of the right word, every time I do this cross, I put in a pin, and you would think that this would hold it in a very specifically uniform place, because as I pull on it there, the pin holds it still. But if you look back, you can see that these holes are not 100% regular, unlike the stuff you get in torsion, which is, you know, like military precision stuff. And so it is a added complication that, in essence, this stuff kind of looks a bit more organic. Now, that's not necessarily a problem. Makes it look a little more handmade, after all, that it's not, you know, it's slightly irregular. But at the same time, don't half annoy me that you do the same thing and you're not getting the same thing, if you know what I mean. Just chucked another pin. I am so good at picking up pins and chucking them everywhere. I mean, if I didn't know better, I'd say there was something wrong with me. I really would. I mean, I still wouldn't rule it out, but see, that doesn't look right at all. But it's not wrong either. And I think that's one of the other problems, is that it's not wrong. Oh, fuck off, spam bot. Hang up. Shrink. Okay. Spam. Another spam bot sacrificed to the Twitch gods. I don't know why they do it. I really don't. I can't believe they make any money. Because let's say I went, yeah, okay, I'll get cheap viewers. I'll pay for, 100 viewers for a couple of weeks so I can get Twitch partnership. Yeah, I'll do that. Well, then Twitch ban you for view botting. So you don't win. Well, it is, but also it's a bit like, many of you are gamers, right? If you consider how an awful lot of games there are in-game gold spammers, for want of a better word, so whether you played World of Warcraft or whatever, we almost need, I get one almost every single stream. And in fact, the other day I left OBS open, even though obviously I wasn't streaming. I'd left it open, kind of minimised in a corner somewhere. And because I still had the TTS thing running, I had a spam bot about half an hour after the stream had started. Had finished, sorry. Well, who were you advertising them to? Because if one of you, right, spent money and paid for view bots, I would get banned. And it is a known thing. People do it to streamers to get them banned. I am not that interesting, dude. But it costs you money. So what are you gaining? If one of you, other than to get me removed from Twitch temporarily, what would it really gain? So it's one of those. Part of, don't get me wrong. There is a part of me that would love to have, all the perks of Twitch and be kind of, I won't say flooded with viewers, because I'll tell you now, if there were like 100 plus view every time I threw up a stream and had a mood, that could be a real problem. But, I enjoy talking to the few of you who come. It's kind of a nice, cosy environment. We have lots of chat about random stuff. Well, Naughty Cat, Fleece and V, Sugar Bear, you are my regulars. You are people who come very often. I sense some other common lurkers in the background. But you come and talk to me. It's like having a few friends round for tea, right? Exactly, right? There's a few people lurking around who come here quite often, and it's a bit like, well, you see, lurking while working is actually half the point. To me, this is, my mother once took me, and she only took me a couple of times, to the church hall on a particular day of the week. Exactly, and it was known as the knitting circle. So they opened up the church hall. The tea machine was on, right? Well, there was a big urn in the church hall where we were. There was a big water urn, so it constantly had boiling water, right? So you fired it up a bit in advance so it could boil the water, and then if you wanted a cup of tea, you just went along, poured out some hot water, and now you can make a cup of tea, right? And, there's a pile of biscuits and about 20 grannies, because they were not young people, 20 grannies round a table, having a chat, sitting nearer the people that they talk to more often. So, I won't say in cliques, but, obviously Betty sits next to Pauline or whatever, and, they always sit next to each other, and so they rabbit along a lot. But this is what this reminds me of, is although I'm sitting in my sitting room with my dogs, as I do, 24/7 kind of thing, except for when I'm asleep, obviously. Although, I really need to go to bed earlier, people. Because I've got work tomorrow. But, to me, it's so like that, in that I don't feel alone when I'm crafting with you guys, because you're there, you're listening, you ask me questions, it's not quite the same as in person, But it really isn't that different either. Yes, I can't see what you're working on. Yes, I can't hear your voices. But I see your words. I have the voice in my ear. So although... Exactly, that you're listening. I mean... But you're participating. You're kind of here with me in digital presence, right? And so it is very much like the knitting circle in that... Oh, darling. Well, and to be honest, that's part of what the Discord's for you to share pictures of what you're doing, to ask questions, to show off what you've been up to, obviously if you're posting inappropriate stuff, I'll probably slap you, but none of you are that stupid, right? But if we do get some idiots, then we'll have to deal with them when they come, right? But it is a virtual knitting circle, but you don't have to knit. You can be beading, rope making, you can be not thinking of Nautical, you can be tidying your house, you can be gardening, you could be out walking the dog, right? You're here in digital presence, right? And so it is the coming together of people who come for a chat. We just happen to craft many of us while we do it. And I do it. I think that's one of the great things about the crafting. Well, you could be, but at the same time, you don't have to be. If you're paying attention, fucking grats. Next time when I stuff it up, tell me. But it is. If you find it interesting enough that you can just watch it, great. If you don't and you just listen along and join in the conversation a bit, and look up occasionally to see how it's doing, that's also fine, right? As I say, I'm doing this more to document my journey than to teach you all how to do it. If you want to learn, well, I am happy to explain what I'm doing, as you all know, right? But at the same time, it's not the most important part of what I'm doing. I'm doing this for my own sanity, or insanity as the case may be. And I find that with many of the crafting videos is that sometimes you watch it and go, oh, I really want to have a go at that. Other times, you're just happy to watch and see something grow and see the progress, the effort, the talk amongst other like-minded crafty people. Even if, such as Nautical here. Sorry, going to pick on you, Nautical. Nautical is not a lace maker. As far as I know, Nautical does not knit, crochet, cross-stitch, but he makes ropey things. But at the same time, some of what we all do has a tie-in to knots and ropey things. And I find it that you can watch another craft maker in a craft that you have maybe no interest in actually partaking, but you can find it interesting to watch because I never knew that's how that was done. Wow, I never knew you had to do all these extra bits. I assumed, right, those kind of aspects of it. And, it's like the little short videos you get. Well, I say short videos, they're not usually that short. But you get a couple of minute videos of, some dude, usually a couple of dudes. It's the same dudes most of the time, it seems. But you'll see them and it is the start to finish of making an item. So you see them picking, say, the flax. Then you see them treating the flax, putting it out to dry. Then you see them whacking it. Then you see them rolling it and poking it and spinning it. And then you see them dyeing it. Then and the fact that they don't use any gloves and their hands are as terribly stained as your mother would cringe, right? Then they prepare them to weave them, and then you see them meticulously, kind of picking out 3 threads and putting things, and you're going, I ain't got enough life to do that. That's why I bought a draw loom. I have not got the lifespan that wants to do individually picking out one thread at a time. Just don't have the lifespan for that. But you watch them do it, and then of course they show you a bit of the finished product, and you go, "Fuck me, really?" And you look at it, and it is a spectacular thing. But at the same time, you're thinking, it clearly took them months, and it did. But you see some of it, and you know, it is nice that it shows that it's not a 10-second job, right? That it's not machine done. That it, you know, some of these things, when done the old way, takes forever, right? But I love watching those videos. But I can tell you now, I am never going that full hog. I am happy to spin and then weave with my spinning. I am happy to vaguely, occasionally dye some stuff. Very occasionally. Not really up for it. But these people, you know, they do, you know, they haven't got an electric thing in their life. They, you know, occasionally you get guest appearances from the dogs, right? Which I enjoy seeing, because sometimes the dog's really been needs a slap kind of thing. And he's, you know, he's all but like tugging on things and pulling their trouser legs, and you're going, I wouldn't be putting up with that. But, you know, they live kind of up a mountaintop somewhere doing this, and it's glorious. It's glorious to see it in its original form. And that's part of the reason I love doing these kind of crafts. Mine feature in my streams for all the wrong reasons, usually. Well, and you think people really, really, really find staring at me flicking a few bobbins and cursing like a navvy and stabbing myself with pins, pitching a fit. Still haven't forgotten my pitching. You know, pitching a fit because I'm frustrated is great viewing? Really? Dude, I thought you knew me better than that. But that's it. Is that, you know, hence I've always said, I don't expect you all to come, right? Well, it can be. It can also be not particularly. Some days worse than others. But I mean, I've showed you things like the program that I use to help design some of this stuff. We've gone through, you know, pricking it. We've gone through winding the bobbins and tying some knots, and you know, we've gone through most of the process. Well, but it's also the fact that, you know, it's not like, oh, we'll only ever mention lace here. We can't possibly talk about life, other crafts. No, this is a space for a bunch of friends. Well, and that's the thing. I view this as a space for people to find new friends and come and kind of sit down next to people, me, and watch what I'm doing, right? And then, oh, co-worker alert. And do I expect you all to be aspiring lace makers to coming to learn the craft? Lord, no. To be honest, I wouldn't expect a lace maker to want to watch it, because, well, they can kind of go, oh, I see how that's done, and walk off, right? But, as I said, for me, I watch other people's crafting videos, I watch gaming videos, and the number of times I've spent hours watching some dude playing a game that is just not my kind of game, and I kind of go, what's wrong with me? I've just spent like 2 hours watching this dude, you know, playing a game that I wouldn't play in a month of Sundays, but I watch it. Hang on, let's see what co-workers said. It seems like this one's a bit more complicated. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Oh. I can't tell you what I'm laughing at, but it's basically my former employer and my current employer, bear in mind one offloaded me onto the other. My co-worker has asked ChatGPT about the contract. And basically ChatGPT goes, well, I doubt there is one. Never mind. I mean, I really want these strips to work out, right? Because if this strip does as I expect now, because I've got the single thread at the edge. Shut up! Now I've worked out how to get a single thread at the edge, as they would have done back then. I'm in a position to join almost as invisibly as humanly possible. And if I can then make what I want, or something I want, if nothing else, something I want, that I can call a net curtain, I will, because do you know what? I was talking about this with a guy I helped this week. By the way, I didn't mention this during the week, mainly because it hasn't officially come out on my current employer has a really irritatingly named HR system, and it grates me because it's just a name that winds me up so much. I'm not going to tell you what it's called in case of confidentiality and everything, but let's just say it's one of those, it's a name that just incites something wrong in me. Anyway, they forever do, it's a bit like Facebook, this app, right? In that it tells you when everyone's on holiday. It tells you when you're off, who's on sick. It's an all-in-one thing. And basically, I can literally post on it, like Facebook. I could post my lace-making shit on it. And they wouldn't be upset, which is more concerning. But they wouldn't be upset. I mean, they probably would if I posted every day. But, you know, I could put, if I made my net curtain and go, hey, look what I did, here's a few pictures of me making it kind of thing, they would probably all fall over themselves in joy, right? Because they're a very peoply bunch of people. And, well, as you know, I'm not a peoply person, right? So it's kind of a weird place for me. But every time someone does something good, they get a shout out. And a couple of weeks ago, my co-worker, who the guy you always hear, who pings my phone a lot, got a shout out for basically doing his job. Now, it's not that he does a bad job. I'm not saying he does. And it's not that we don't do a load of crap that isn't supposed to be us. So I don't disagree. But he got like a company-wide shout out because he managed to persuade the girl that he was doing some stuff for. Well, basically she should have been doing it, but let's, skip that. He managed to persuade her to say, if you like the service, mail into this. And she did. Well, during the week, I was dealing with someone who my co-worker has issues with. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I don't have a few issues with them, but I would also cite this person as, of all the people who've got admin access on my servers, this is the one guy I worry least about. And then he did something dumb a couple of weeks ago and I laughed at him. And he took it the way I meant it. Because it was kind of like, I trusted you. Of all the people, he hung his whole machine by fiddling with something he shouldn't, right? And had to come grovelling because he broke it, right? So I laughed at him a bit and he kind of, I know, I probably shouldn't, right? And and he took it all the right way, and I explained that, well, part of the reason you're not supposed to be doing what you just did is because this is one of the potential side effects, and, well, you can't fix it without us, right? So we're supposed to fiddle with this bit, and you leave it alone. And he kind of like, yeah, okay. Anyway, he got a bit moody about it because when he said, right, can we do this? And I went, well, you need approval for that. And he went, well, you're making this up, surely. No, sorry, not. But I did something, I helped him with something that is really not my job during the week, right? And I got the address off my co-worker to send things into. Now, this is the guy who doesn't normally speak to people. He's very non-peoply, right? And he doesn't normally speak to people. And I think he kind of gets on with me because, well, you know, it's kind of like, we'll do a thing. Right, we've done a thing, see you later, bye. And that's it. We kind of walk away and we don't speak again until next time, right? So, he's not a needy need, right? Anyway, having helped him fix his shit, he wrote this lovely email to the company, you know, feedback address. So, frankly, I've peaked. I need to retire now because I've got this bloke to send a glowing report in. And to be honest, I didn't actually fix it. I kind of pointed out, well, okay, so you've got this, right? You've got this. Well, it's trying to do that. Well, it can't do that. Because, you know, well, you've done this, and so that can't happen, right? Well, I know these guys have got one, so mooched around their config. Well, they've got this, and you don't, and that's all commented out. Well, you've got this server. That seems to run this shit. Oh, I'd forgotten about this. This is he only runs a couple of apps, right? Oh, I'd forgotten about that. This is his own server. He'd forgotten about it. And he's got basically the same setup for a different app on another server. And it was like, I'd forgotten about that. How do you forget about your servers, dude? How do you forget? But he did. So, yeah. But after being reminded that he had other servers, he then remembered how to fix it. So, which, well, I'm pretty sure you don't have a server with me, but maybe you do. In which case, I do tend to keep my home life and my work life very separate. I mean, there is a very good chance, well, I won't say a very good chance, but there is a chance that I use my ex-husband's. He let me, more to the point. He, in fact, offered me the ability to. So, you know, it's his own fault. As I explained, so ChatGPT says that a contract between my current and my former employer seems very unlikely. Well, guy wrote, my co-worker's written, never have the words at the start of Knight Rider felt truer for our department. You know, the bit about a man who does not exist, you know. Yeah. It does feel very much like what we do, actually. That is a really good point. He's even written it out. So I can't name things, obviously, so I'll miss the obvious bit. It says, infrastructure, a shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a department who does not exist. Infrastructure, a young loner on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent, the helpless, the powerless, in a world of idiot application teams who operate above the law. It's one of those, it's only funny if you suffer it, and you know, you kind of have to be there to, but yeah, now It's you two, I think. Come on. Go in the wretched pinhole. There you go. Right. And then twisty, twisty cross. Now, do we reckon this much is enough to test? I mean, it's not very long, but do we reckon this is enough to test? Or do I have to do more? Because bear in mind, I've got to make another one yet. What do you think? I was going to say I'll run a poll, but last time I ran a poll, not one person answered. So let me run a poll anyway. Manage poll. There we go. Create new poll. Question. There you go. Poll started. I'll give you a few minutes on it. So. Tis a call to arms, people. I would like for you to answer the question. I mean, it's got a reasonable number of bumps while the poll runs, just in case anyone wants a bit more time. We've got 1, 2. Let me count them. It's harder to count than you think, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 9 bumps, so that's 9 bits to join to another one. So it's not a lot, but at the same time, it's more than a couple. So we shall see. Now, of course, you know, thinking out loud while the poll runs. Why? How? How have we got up to 50 people voting when there's 9 of you here? Obviously, someone's used points, I guess, but confused. Anyway, well, let it run. I was going to say, that's... Fair enough. You know, it is... No, I didn't. Last time I put up a poll, not one person voted. I mean, to be fair, it's not like you've got anything else to do with your pokey pens, is it? It's just making me laugh looking at the numbers going... There was one pole, I think it was the first time I put up a pole, and there were like, it said there was something like 10 people. And I thought, well, now's a good time then. I'll put up a poll. Not one person voted, and it was kind of like, I was, oh well, okay. Maybe I am talking to myself. I mean, to be honest, I do understand that, if you're out walking the dog, you're not necessarily on your screen staring at it, ready to click a button, right? So, someone dared to vote no. Wow. Good on you. You can do this with pens. Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand. I probably left it. I mean, I gave you 10 minutes to decide. I think 10 minutes was probably a bit long. But I can always end it sooner. But yeah, I think I'm kind of, as I say, I've got enough to do a small test. Now, obviously, like I said about the original strips, the longer the strip is, the more accurate a test it is, just on the simple grounds of, if you've only got an inch, for example, it's very easy to keep tension over such a small space. If you've got a metre of it, well, obviously you've got a lot more to be handling, working with. Well, this is about 2 and a bit. I mean, let's measure how much we've got. On my trusty tape measure. Is it only an inch and a half? Yeah. Really? Looks longer than that. Come on. Yeah, it's an inch and a half. So, but yeah, so we've got 1.5 inches. Now, bearing in mind, this is a really rudimentary, did the dream come true, right? Which is why I'm slightly reluctant to put an awful lot of effort in it. Because it did literally come to me in a dream, in the almighty words of Thor, and Fluce and V knows what I mean, right? Hence, it's only half the width of a strip. And, I threw the spider in because, well, it was an idle thought. So there's a spider kind of in the middle. The fundamental problem in my head was that I wanted to make sure that I could do what was working in my head. That the thought that had entered my brain cell actually even remotely could come true. That indeed I could make a single thread go down the side. Because if I can make a thread go down the side, there is a hugely distinct possibility that the joining method of before, so the one that I did that made the kind of bold bit down the middle, will work, but not only will it work, I'll need to go up one side and down the other so that I make more like figure of eights going all the way down. Because without it, it will look I wouldn't say easier. If anything, it's going to be harder because, well, it's a single thread of nothingness. These threads are not exactly big. I mean, reminder, here is finger, right? We're not exactly talking big stuff here. I mean, if I was using, it's all right, I just dropped 3 things on the floor. But if I was using more like this thread here, and everything was bigger and further away, and it would be easier because it's bigger and stronger and it's a bit more chunky, and that is a distinct possibility. is that, make curtain out of even bigger thread, like this stuff. I mean, look how big that looks in comparison. That's hysterical. This is my default weaving yarn, right? And it comes on, comes on a cone, right? Look, the cone's as big as my, right? It does. But, I mean, to be honest, I'd say my default weaving yarn is a little big for making a net curtain. Because, well, the point of a net curtain is light and delicate. These are words you associate with net curtain. If I was making a shawl, however, I do think that my weaving yarn is a distinct possibility. Because well, if you think of, say, wedding veil, again, you think of very light, very delicate, it's kind of flouncing around on the top of your head. If you think of shawl, you're going to potentially catch it on something. You're going to potentially sit on it. It's going to be between you and the couch. Or the car, or whatever, right? It's going to have a harder life because it's going to get in between things and get pulled and tugged. So having a bit of strength, but also, if you had something, made out of what feels like human hair in comparison, it just sounds like it's going to rip in half, doesn't it? It just has that thought. So, yes wins. I do like the fact that someone did when it's not much of a test. I agree with you, but my patience and virtue is limited. So, let us tie the ends off. And we shall tie ends off. Fair enough. I don't expect you to own up to it. You don't have to. I just think it's funny that, everything could manage to get a vote by the end. So we had 72 votes. Well done, people. I am proud of you. Right. So let's take a look. Now, I need to do this in a way. So I need to put in pins and tie things around them. So this is going to be complicated. Bear with me. It's not complicated, but it's complicated enough. So I need a pin in the middle. I'm going to start in the middle and work out. The reason being, so you two would normally meet up round this pin. So we'll make you longer. And of course, this is where the bobbins don't want to become longer. The one time in your life that you want the bobbins to get longer and they don't. Right. So we choppity-voo. Let's put you back on there for a minute, like this, so that you don't unwind and frazzle. Now, I'm not making these strings quite as long as I probably should, but, So, I need to snippety-voo. And then, where's those? I bought these. These are Hessian bags. They came with little heart shapes on. But they are exactly the width of the bobbins. So the bobbins sit in the bottom and stay. So if I do that, that's them at the bottom, look. But there's like a centimetre gap at the edge. So they stay rather nicely in the bottom of the box. So I bought a couple of them. They were cheap. Like, I bought 15 for like £8 or something. So let's do some knots and because it is a testy, we will, and these bits of thing are, right, and then I shall poke those down the hole to keep them out of the way. Next up is you two, and you would go round this pin, like this. So we make you longer. Now I should point out, this is technically silk. I'm not sure I believe that it's silk, for it has not got the strength of silk. But it is shiny, slippery, and all the things that silk embodies. So in other sense. So although it says it's silk, not convinced. But I have a lot of it. Now, when it comes to making the final curtain, if this proves to be a distinct answer to life, the universe and everything, there is a bit of me that has considered making it out of linen. Because, well, hello, linen is a great and glorious thing. And now, of course, you have all tangled because you're shits. And curly. Right. So, let's put you in like that. And then round and round. Just because. Now, that's not worked out. So let's try that again. You need to go. Stop it! Fine, I'll cross you over and do a knot with my right hand. There. Before you ask, and Nauticalty is squirming and twitching like a thing on crack, I find it very difficult. I am ambidextrous to a large extent, but there are sometimes my brain just farts, right? And if I'm trying to tie a knot with curly bits of string that are all the same colour, that are made the size of human hair, because let's be honest, fat fingers versus threads is, definitely a problem. One of the things that I have noticed is that my right hand, being the generally more used hand, not that it is the better hand, because the left hand is also capable of many fine and glorious things, if my left hand's making a hash of it, give the right hand the opportunity to have a go. And when I'm doing knots, so like there, I was trying to do one of Nauticalt's left over right and right over left knots, but with surgeon knots, right? And that's not a problem. That's a thing. I'm more than happy to do that because, it means the little shits will stay still. I'm all up for that. Need a pin. And that's right, I need the pin in first because it keeps them apart. I'm not stupid. Well, I am, but not that stupid. Right, so, but if left hand is struggling to wrap the little threads round the bobbin, round each other, without screwing it up, because even though I make them longer, they do tend to ping back quite a bit, and twist, as you can see, that they've kind of got life of their own. I'm going to make this one slightly longer. There we go. I have found on so many occasions that it is so much better to give my right hand a chance to do it. But of course, if the knot requires right over left and left over right, that doesn't really work. Because, so here I'm going to do right over left. Oh, for God's sake, table, you just moved. Do you know how much you annoy me, table, when you do this? It's not a table. I need to defend it in that sense. It is not a table. It is a lace-making stand. So it is designed to be able to tilt. But the problem is it seems to tilt that way really easily, but not the other, it's got a preference. So if I cross them over and I go round like this, because right hand's doing the wrapping of the curliness, right? This seems to work really, really well. Tie knot. When I then try and do it the other way round, and I'm trying to wrap these curly ones round the other side, sometimes it doesn't work out so well. At which point, see, that doesn't look right. It's not, because it's got caught on something. It's got caught on a previous pin, as in, fuck off, pin. Thank you. And now, of course, I've dropped the ends, so I don't know what to pull. Because I can't get close enough to see them. There they are. That, maybe. That doesn't look right at all. Oh, stop tilting! That looks absolutely chaotic. What the fuck? That looks so wrong. That looks more wrong than a wrong thing on a wrong day. Because there's stuff coming from pin over here to pin over there. And I've forgotten that's because I wasn't going around this pin. This pin wasn't part of it. Yes, it was. So why are you in it? You aren't in it at all. None of you should be in it. This is why I always have problems when doing lace making, is I can't see that unless my nose is like here, and I can't get my nose here because my tits are in the way, and then there's all the other threads that kind of go, hey, I can be joining in with this. No, you bloody can't. Sod off. So, it is you and you. Although, I may have got one of the wrong bobbins here, but I shouldn't have. So... because there's two threads. No, the problem is because it's not very high twist thread, which really doesn't help, but there's 3 threads coming between this pin, and really there shouldn't be, but I don't know. So I've got a horrible feeling that actually you were supposed to be over here and one of you was supposed to be over there. So let's have a quick look. Is you supposed to be over here, perhaps? Yes, I think you are. Let's correct this then. Oh, you just broke what I... See what I mean? It's not that strong. And silk is known for strength, so I'm not convinced that this is actually silk for that reason. But it is stupidly shiny, which is a quality of silk, so... it can work in place of silk, even if it's... Ow! That's right, the pin on the edge was poking me in the arm. So you go in there like that. Now we want to come back this way. Like this. But I let go. No, you're right, you're right. So I find this very difficult to do, even off stream, without you guys watching. I find this difficult because I can't be near enough to it, because you've got the table. If I put this on my lap, for example, well, my lap's not as deep as the pillow, so this would be hanging off the back, and I find it very difficult to sit with my legs flat. Because I don't know whether I'm a fucking weirdo or something, but every time I sit on a chair, this couch is one of the few chairs I sit on where my legs reach the floor. And I actually put this couch up on blocks and my legs reach the floor. If I sit on a standard office chair, one of my legs doesn't reach the floor because it's got a big bone mass in the back of it. So this is one of the few things that I sit on where my feet both reach the floor and then don't go to sleep. But on top of that, it means that my legs are often sloping downwards. So I can't put anything on my lap, including dogs. And due to poor eyesight, old, stupid, insert a few more extra choices of your own, I find it very difficult to, as you know, to separate threads. Well, I've got one, but the problem is I've got nowhere to fucking put it. I mean, now I've put this tabletop on here, I can potentially, but at the same time, then it gives me such a small field of vision that's also a problem, in that I'm kind of, it's in here somewhere, it's a bit like trying to find one star with a telescope. You spend half an hour mooching around and swinging it around like a blind man because you can't find it. So I don't know. I've always struggled with it. I've always struggled, well, ever since I hit puberty, to reach things because boobage gets in the way. So I can't lean forward enough and get close enough because, well, I've got bumpers. And I read something last night. Now, as you know, I watch a lot of shorts and read stupid crap on the internet because, well, why not? And one of the things that I was reading was about women who had breast reduction surgery, right? And loads of women had piped up in this thing. Oh yes, I had my F cups reduced. Oh, it's so glorious. And I'm thinking, darling, if I had one of mine and split it in half, I'd still have more than an F cup. I have bigger than J cup boobs, right? Last time I wore a fitted bra, I had J cup boobs, right? This is way more than is humanly necessary. I'm also 52 and have no need for them. And they're just like in the way. It's like attaching two sponge puddings to the front, only with a bit more weight behind it, It's... And so I can't get close to anything. And one of the biggest problems I have with them, and, hopefully this will make you laugh, trying to look down the side of the couch. If you want to look over the arm of the chair to look down the side of the couch for something, forget it. Because all that happens is your boobs hit the armrest and now you can't see shit because we can't lean any further over. It is something only someone of amplage will truly understand. Now, it may be that you suffer from because it hurts. Now, that can work. See, that doesn't look right either. I think I've gone round a bit of a pin that I didn't need to. This one. Someone got caught on it. As inevitably this shit does. Why is it this stuff gets caught on everything? See, that knot just undoes. But you are caught round there. There you go. Now, let's see if we can pull you up again. See, it always worries me if I can easily unpick them that they're not going to last. The other problem is by leaning that far over, because I put so much weight on my chest to get close enough to something, well then I can't breathe. And so not only have I now got chesticles trying to stop me from getting close enough to it, I now can't have any oxygen while I do it. And I don't exactly have spare oxygen due to my asthma. I mean, my asthma is generally non-apparent, right? It is there. I'm aware of it, but it's not, I'm not turning blue and needing ambulances, right? But at the same time, I can't hold my breath for more than seconds, usually, because my brain has used the oxygen that it managed to extract, and it's part of the reason that I end up sounding really out of breath because I'm talking. It's because I've used all the oxygen that I had, and well, I needed more, and I didn't get more. Which is a bit of a bitch. So my life is, there's nothing particularly wrong with me, but there's nothing particularly right with me either. You know what I mean? It just adds to the fun and games of being me. But having considerable boobage, which meaning you can't get close to the things that you're trying to do, and then shitty eyesight so that you can't see. I know there is a thread here, but I can't see it at all. I just happen to know that there is one. This is not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to be able to see them. See, look, I barely touched it and it just pinged off into. See, this is why I ditched this thread the first time round. But because I already had it on bobbins because I hadn't unwound them yet, I decided I'd use it for this. Because, well, it probably wasn't going to work, but it did. So, hence. See, you didn't go down through the middle. I can see that. Right, and I want you to go around again. Okay. And then... It's the curly ends that make this so hard. And trying to grab them and keep hold of the other ones so that they don't just undo like they did there. Let's try that again. Round. And round. See, I've let go again somehow. I don't know how I do it. I'm hanging on to them with these two fingers so that they don't get lost. And then they do. So let's just go back to the old cross it over and do it the other way around. And then it works, which is just stupid. So yeah, I've actually got quite a big swing magnifying thing. It could do with being a lot bigger though. I did look at one that I saw that was a big square one. I mean, when I say big square one, I'm talking like, kind of square. Excuse me. That was me trying to yawn and breathe at the same time. Kind of didn't work out. It's like a hic burp. If you've ever done a hic burp, you'll know what I mean. They hurt, It's amazing how the human body can be so crap at times. For I neither wanted to yawn, and nor did I intentionally want to breathe. So, you could have done one or the other first, but no, you tried to simultaneously do both. You completely screwed it up. And achieved neither, really. Right. Pin there. See, you're now in the way. Choppity choppity. See, these threads look so long before I chop them, and the moment I chop them, there's nothing left, you know. They look really short. You've just disappeared. Well done. Should be you two. Yep. Let's try the old licking technique. The licking technique does tend to work quite well because it joins them together a bit like that, look, and it flattens them out a bit. But then they kind of go all limp and, well, they're wet, so it's a bit gross, but it does make it a bit easier in some ways. So I have been known to lick quite a few of the ends of my bobbins, so be warned. If you ever you're thinking of saying, Liz, I'll pay you money and can you make me a bookmark or something? Be aware, I may have licked chunks of it. Because I sometimes lick the ones at the start to make them work, and sometimes I lick the ones at the end. So now you know. Now my secret's out. I have been known to lick my lace. Yeah. And you go in there. Now, I'm going to bring you around the other side of that pin, because, well, why not? Let's make you longer. You're just going to fall apart in a minute, I can tell. But the breaking is part of the reason that I stopped with the other one, is that when I was originally making the test strip with it, but that's partly why I lost my marbles with it, was because it was breaking. It's almost like there's a flaw in the manufacturing, or that someone's scored the reel, but that it's not noticeable to the human eye, but it's just got a really bad weakness, so that you come to do this and then it breaks in places, because it doesn't like fray break, in that it breaks with an almost perfectly straight line, suggesting that it's a flaw, you know, or damage. My hips. Right. Bin there. Bin there. What are you stuck on? Part of the reason I also bought the bags was I'd run out of tins to put my bobbins in, so. Why is my hip hurting? I guess it's because the weather's changing. Well, it's not hurting, as in it's not stabbing, ow, need to go and get painkillers. But it's, for those of you who have joints that crack, sometimes you will know that your joint feels stiff because it needs to crack. Now, the problem is that when it does go crack, it's going to hurt. Now, sometimes your joint will go crack and it doesn't hurt at all, and it's perfectly normal, and it just goes pop and you kind of laugh about it, right? And then there are the times when it hurts. This is going to be, when it goes, this is going to be a painful one, because it's kind of refusing to move and do things properly. So when it does finally sort itself out, it's liable to be painful. I just know it is, for I have lived with it for a long time. Come here. Get wet. There you go. You're going to be annoying. Right. Oh. See, what it actually boils down to is my left hand, didn't put the pen in, left hand is better at holding the other side of the knot than the right hand. So when I hold these with these fingers, I'm holding this end and trying to wind this bit round it. The left hand can do the windy bit. It's the right hand holding onto the other end that doesn't come out in the wash so well. So it's actually the right hand being crap at knots, not the left hand. But the right hand has to be given the easy job of winding the threads round the loop. They're just good at doing it only one direction, with one hand. The other hand is not so good at doing it. So they don't organise themselves well enough for that. Right. We need a pin. A pin, please. Thank you. Okay. There. Come on, out of there. Nah. Right. Billings the pin. This is when it all turns to shit. This is when we discover that everything I've just done turns to shit. And then it all falls apart. Or it shrivels into a mess, which is also a likely option. Let's dry my hand a bit because it got a bit wet. Because I kept licking it. So there goes a pin into the darkest depths of underneath the cushion. So it's kind of shrivelling up a bit. So to join them, I might have to get a spray starch or something. Otherwise, there could be... I mean, in terms of, you know, should this be the real deal? But if I've got, like, metre strips of stuff to join, I'm going to need it to not try and shrivel into insanity. So I may have to get some starch to sort it out. Speaking of which, as there's a few of you about, it came up in stream last week that you could hear the text-to-speech in my ear, and I was a little bit upset by that, because when I'd done all my testing, no, you couldn't. Not that there's anything you shouldn't hear in my ear, because, well, it's all visible on stream. So, because it is purely relating that which is on stream. It does do the possible spam bot and ads come in, but other than that, I'm muted. That's the only other one it does. Everything else is all visible in the chat, so it's not like I've got anything to hide. But I was just annoyed because I thought it was, you know, because I'd done it deliberately as, you know, in my ear only, that you would not have to listen to the fact that you say hello and then you hear it say hello to me, you know, that you would just hear it's right hello, and I would answer it even if I'm paying attention to my lace pillow. So the question is, can you hear it? For I have new earbuds. Now, okay, it is a lot quieter, which I am struggling with, than the last ones. I'll just bust my nail. I'm good at that. You can shout what you like, it doesn't change the volume my end. See, it looks a bit like a wet t-shirt here. It's a bit kind of saggy and shrivelly. Maybe calling it a testy was more appropriate than I knew. Those who know will understand. See, it is kind of looking a bit shriveled. Which I may also have to take into account then, for the end product. If it's going to shrivel, then, well, I may plan for it to be so wide, but it's not going to be so wide unless I press it out and, you know, in knitting terms, block it out. Right, let me tidy some of these ends, for it is not part jellyfish. It does not need, you know, masochistically long ends. I really do need a waste paper bin. Don't grumble, dog. Right. It is a postage stamp sized piece of work. Oh, shut up, dog. You chose to sit there. So let's zoom in a bit. And down a bit. Preferably not. I think that's a wet bit. Worry not. Now, as you can see, it is kind of... But you can possibly see what I mean about how... Let me put that in there, because that's a thing. No, don't drop it. So I'm tried to put one bobbin in the bag and ended up nearly throwing them all on the floor. So Bear with me a second. Let's tie them up in there so they're out of the way. Right. Now, I use my thing of pokiness and give myself actually visibility to see what you see. Hang on. Make that bigger. These two bits around the pin seem to have really shrunk in. Thank you for that, dog. I'm trying to look at this and it's all kind of... This is an edge loop that has wrapped round and back in on itself. If you don't stop, I will poke you with a pin. Let's have a... Rory, just sit still, my man. This is fragile, stupid bits of string. So, here is part of the problem. Not that you can... don't freaking... Is that these move... Rory, sit still. These move. If you look, if I pull on one, they move elsewhere. So, they're not overly stable, unlike their torsion friends, right? However, they are single bits of string where the others are double bits of string. Now the knots in this don't help. So, for example, there's a knot in the string just here, which is why there's a tail, and there's another one there. And will you... nothing is moving, Mr. Camera. Can you stop? There's obviously there's a few knots at the top's not so bad, but obviously there's a few knots, in slightly more obvious places. But again, it's kind of pulling in. So, it's while it is the answer, I think. Oh look, I forgot to twist some. Look. Traditional Liz forgot to twist some. Alright, let me do my nail while I do this, so I don't catch it on everything. So while this is, I think, well, this is certainly to a large extent how they did it. And so what would happen in... Come on, move your ass, dog. If you're going to either get on with it or get on or get in or get out. Don't do a bit of both, right? So, what they did when they made it, obviously, to join them, they would have done rappy, gone on to the next one. So, see, this is what I tried to show on Monday and ended up losing my shit because I can't explain it to you. Because whatever I do, unless you can picture what's in my head, and I can't explain what's in my head, but if you picture that these are V shapes rather than kind of roundy bits, so this comes down and normally will kiss another one at the apex, and so there's another roundy bit there. So it goes, the thread that comes in needs to go, doesn't matter which end you start after all, round this one twice, and then it will leap to the other side and go round what would be the bottom bit of this one twice, loop back on itself, round on it, kiss this one, round on this bottom part, she says trying to catch it, this bottom part here, which then loops over there, goes round this bit, round that bit, and you have to do the crosses in the same angle you do these crosses, but this would give you, because you'd have like a loop at the top, this would give you this stitch arguably seamlessly. However, technically not, because as we know, these do not stretch lengthways because the threads are fairly even lengthways, but they will stretch sideways because, well, shit moves sideways, right? But as you can see, it's kind of wanting to scrunch up. Do I really want a neck curtain that scrunches up? But it would give me my invisible join. Now, obviously, I've got to make another one to kind of prove it. But it would... Oh, I've got an itch now. Hang on. I've got an itch on my back. And I can't concentrate because it itches that much. Hang on. It's because I'm thinking and I'm getting frustrated, I itch. I probably don't actually itch, but it's like my brain cells are firing, so it fires off my nerves as well. But as you can see, if I put this back on here, this was half the width. Well, it's not anymore. Oh, no, you can't see, because of course none of you are going to tell me. If I zoom out, this was half the width of the strip. Well, if I put this on the edge, it's lost quite a bit of the width just by coming off. Whereas the torsion ones don't, because, well, they just don't. So this does shrink, which would be, potentially, an issue. Now, it does stretch. But then, that's not necessarily a good thing. Because, well, it's the same volume, so if it stretches and shrinks, it means it can grow longer and shorter. And obviously, the only good thing is because it doesn't tend to stretch vertically, the weight of it would generally encourage it to be thinner, not fatter and shorter. So, but there is zero weight to this, which is why sewing them is really awkward, because, you know, there's nothing to hold on to. But there's also, if you're trying to hold two things together and a needle and wind round that twice and then over there and you know, trying to make sure you cross things in the right order so that the right one goes over the top of the correct one goes over the top of the other one, because it's not necessarily right over left, because obviously it's a cross, so the left goes over the right, but the correct thread goes over the top. It is quite a frustrating process, but that would be how they'd do it. We just need to make another one to prove it. Now, some of the stretchiness and the shrinkage could be the thread and the fact that it's shiny. But, hang on, bit of lick incoming, hang on. Now I've made it wet, it will hold its shape a little bit better, look. So it can be a bit wider. I told you I lick things, right? So it can be wider. All I did was stick it on my tongue. I didn't actually lick it. It didn't need to. Doesn't taste that bad. Actually, it tastes a bit soapy. Bit surprising, seeing as you don't wash it first. Mouthful of Coke, that works it out. So I don't know. There is a bit of me that is concerned that this will be the answer, but have more problems than solutions. Which is why we need to do strip number 2. For it may be the answer, but it may cost too many sanity points. And I know I'm getting wound up because my dog suddenly seems to be making more noise than is humanly possible. Lick, lick, slurp, slurp, chomp, chomp, wipe, wipe, grind, grind, trounce, trounce. And I just want to kind of walk off and leave it all. And I woke up with a migraine this morning just to really cheer my brain up. So I don't know. I think I have succeeded in part of my quest. And Amy, if you do not sit still, I will nail gun you to the wall. Okay? Go somewhere, anywhere. Yes, you. Anywhere, and lie down and go back to sleep. I did not make you wake up or get up. What are you looking at? Hello? Hello? What? You want a hug? Okay. I do love you, but sometimes you annoy the living shit out of me, Mum, or my friend. You do. You do. Yes. You do. Stop licking my jumper. I don't care if it is an all-round doggy buffet, for I have thrown things down it. I may have actually thrown something down it earlier, but it is not a doggy buffet. Okay? I don't care how great and glorious it looks. No. No, I don't. Little one. I don't have the patience levels. No, I don't. No, I don't. It is a hard life being me. You, on the other hand, do not go to work. You do not even really guard the house. The alarm does that. All you do is bark at everything. Well, actually, you don't bark. All you do is whine at everything. Yes. Pokey stick. 'Tis my pokey stick. What? You look like you're having a great big thought then. Is it a struggle? Is it hard for it to have a thought? That's an Amy snoot, that is. Brown ones are Amy's, black ones are Rory's. They do occasionally happily share parts of their anatomy on. Usually it is the head end, to be fair. Although pushing the table over is usually the other end. What? This little nose. This little nose gets into everything. Yes. 'Tis snoot, yes. Little boopty nose. Yes, you good girl. She has discovered that if she lies down, she gets a much better quality hug. Because, of course, normally, her brain, she is the crackhead after all. So, normally, by the time she's halfway up to getting up for her hug, she's already moved on to 68 other things. You can tell where she gets it from. It's from me, clearly. But she clearly is a little crackhead, and thoughts run racing through her mind and don't really stop for long. So by the time she's gone, I quite like a hug, she starts climbing up, but then she's remembered that she's thirsty, and then she remembers she wants to go out in the garden, then she remembers there was something to whine at, then she remembers that actually, there was a toy over there. She gets down and goes, but I wanted a hug, so turns around and starts all over again. And I know, I see it in your face, don't I? Yes, I do. But you have learned that if you lie down, you can have huggies. And you get huggies. Because you've laid down, and I want to encourage this calmness in yourself. For I want you to understand that the calm, beautifully well-behaved dog gets more huggies. Yes, I do. I do. It looks a bit like I've got her in a headlock at the moment, but I haven't. I'm just giving her head a hug, because that's the bit that I've got. Isn't it? Yes. Hey. But you have worked out that lying down huggies are nice. Yes, you have. Lying down huggies get a few scritches. Yes. Scritches. Scritchy scratch. And there are some good bits, and there's some not so good bits. But Mummy knows the best scratchy bits. Yes, she does. What? What? You can't be any more on me than you already are, little one. You're going to knock the table over. You will. You will knock things, or you will fall off. Those are your kind of choices if you squirm too much. Because, well, there really isn't a lot of room. No. You know. Yes. So I do apologise, for I am underdog. I'm sorry. Yes, I am. Yes. One thing she does do, which is slightly less desirable, and I don't know how to explain this, but normally, a dog who opens its mouth to give you a lick on the nose, opens its mouth and gives you a lick on the nose, she tends to try and bite your face. It's not biting as in an aggressive form, it's a bit like she goes to take a big breath in to give you a smooch, which doesn't make any sense, but it's kind of, she needs to gulp the air, but she tends to get your face in the way, so there are teeth involved. It's not meant. It's distinctly not meant. You're not allowed to fall asleep, young lady. Why have you got a tuft? There we go. Tuft sorted. As I say, it's not intentional, but it is. She bumps her nose on your lips. She wants a smooch, right? But then occasionally she opens her gob and kind of eats you, and you're like, I guess it'd be a bit like kissing your partner and then occasionally biting down, and you're like, aye. So it doesn't always work out quite as she planned, but, or more accurate, quite as I planned either. What? You don't need anything. You're standing on your brother, and if he turns around and bites you, it will be your fault. Yes. 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 There's dog hair on my mic now, you know that, right? Before you just wiped your face on it. Yes, I know. Thank you. Yes. Can I get back to doing lace things now? Can I? Can I? Or do I need to go and get more? The answer is I do. Now, she's got down and she's now going, well, get on with it. I haven't even said what I was going to think about doing, dog. Do I need to get some more Coke, which is running down, and Bonios? Do we need Bonios? Do we need biscuits? She says yes. Rory says he'll eat them if they come. I will be right back when I have got, well, Bonios and Coke. Back in a minute. I am back. And clearly I have biscuits. And I have two very attentive dogs. I'm not quite sure why they are so deliberately attentive, because, well, surely these are my biscuits, right? I'm going to have them with my coat. They're my biscuits. Are they not for me? Her face says, if you eat that, I'll kill you. He's kind of going, but. There you go. One for you, and one for you. They're so much better than when I first got them. Originally, biscuits could only be thrown. You could not hand biscuits, for you would lose many body parts if you were attached to the biscuit of eating. We now do take them very gently. We could still occasionally do with slightly more gently for smaller objects. You know, if this was a biscuit and I was holding it like this, there is a chance I would feel the taking on my fingers. Not deliberately, just energetically, ooh, biscuit kind of thing. But we are generally quite finger safe now. It's taken long enough though, hasn't it? So let me have a good look at this spider. Yeah. I don't think the legs came out on the bottom half as well as they could have done. But the top half fits in well. So, round two. Let us make a second strip so that I can join them together. Right. So let's lengthen this. Right. See, look at this. Look how curly this is. I mean, seriously, this is what's wrong with the world. If I lick it, now look how long it is. Actually, it was quite a lot. It's just so curly, you can't. This is why tying them in knots is a shit as well, because, well, it's hard to tie something that curly into a knot. So you go on there, like that. You're a bit long, actually. No, you're not curly. So, let's put you back on the rose, there we go, and shorten you a little bit. You go for that. Pin number 2. Now I need 2 pairs. Where's your sin hat gone? Where's your hat? Let me get you a new hat. How did you lose your hat? And where did it go? One of the biggest problems with elastic bands that most of us don't talk about is they actually don't have a very long lifespan when allowed subject to natural light. They degrade and go brittle very quickly. This bobbin is as rough as arse on the top, which makes slipping the thread round the rose difficult. In fact, I think it's got 2 knots on it. think that's actually more accurately what's wrong with it. There's something not right about it, because it's quite hard to, even without the... Yeah, that's a bit better. Do that. Itchy nose. Wind you all the way back up. Top. Give it a go. Put a hat on it. Loop, make the other loop, poke you through, put the tail through, find the tail, give it a tug, snip the ends but not too close, because this stuff is shit, which also doesn't then help if the ends do not stay around the top of the pin. Because of course the knot then is huge because it's got big wings on it. Swing it out because it's slippery, so you don't cut it too close in case you risk it trying to escape. Which it did on the last one. One of them did escape. That was really annoying. I had to go quite a bit to go back to find the start of that one. Because as you've seen, the path of the bobbins in this is much more just an S shape on the way down. They don't do the kind of triangular rays of light bouncing off the sides. So they don't get, so it's not strong, which again weighs on my mind because, well, I don't really want a fragile neck curtain. I don't want to be washing it and for it to kind of split or to move it, you know, a little over enthusiastically and watch the whole damn thing fall apart, you know, or rip it in half or something. Just don't need that in my life, you know. On the good side, because they don't have to be partners, you can cheat and put them on the pin instead of, like I did last time, having to do shenanigans at the top. You can do shenanigans in a different way so that, see what I mean, this one sticks. Sometimes they stick. It's very difficult. It's when the lace, but it's when it breaks. But if you can arrange for all the knots to be at the top, it is a good thing. So, twisty, twisty, cross. Pinny. Pinny. It is not exciting, whatever it was. See, all of those bobbins went into my little pouch and kind of nice and safe. So even if it takes 2 pouches, mind you, this is coming off already because it's not even fully glued down. I may sew it on properly later, for I am of sewing capability. therefore there are 100 ways of sewing it down. Some more decorative than others. But I will be sewing it down because, well, you know, it's a bit shit that they glue them on, to be honest. Well, it's not a problem, but it's a bit shit. Now this one, the knot slid off and disappeared into obscurity. Well, you do more than I do, darling, so good luck to you. I am here for you when you need me. I appreciate that you will be lurking while you do it. And I think that's actually kind of a really big valid point. When you're doing less interesting things, like housework, unless it's, you know, something you utterly enjoy, in which case, hello, I'll pay you. But having something you are interested in, but that you don't have to pay a lot of attention to, going on in the background. So I like Harry Potter audiobooks for this. In that I know the story, it doesn't matter if so if I need to concentrate and I miss a bit, it doesn't really matter. Because, I kind of know it off by heart, almost word for word. So therefore, it doesn't really matter if I miss a bit, because 3 words later I'll know exactly where we were at, and who's doing what and why. And it won't matter that I've missed a chunk. I wouldn't listen to a new book because it's a bit like if you watch a film and you're doing something and it's a bit intense suddenly and you look back at that and you become the arsehole that goes, why is that? Who's he? Right? That's not a thing to be doing. Always do it to something that you don't need to be paying attention to. That, following along does not. So either something that is audible only, so you don't need to look. And so, your brain can still maintain a level of listening while doing other things. Or that it is visual only and that there's no audio. So that, you're watching it while talking at something, counting things, whatever, right? Your brain often will struggle to do both. No, it's not impossible. But if you have something that you're watching, so a film you've seen before, even if you've only seen it once before, but a film you've seen before, a book, a story that you already know, even if you don't know this particular version, but that you know the gist of the story, you know roughly what to expect, and so if you miss, you kind of wig out for a bit, it's not necessarily a bad deal, right? That's the kind of stuff you need to have on in the background. And something like this, where some silly daft old woman is muttering around, fiddling with bobbins, tying knots off camera like I am. And I was tying the knot and it just snapped, so I'm having to tie the knot again. It is that kind of aspect. That's the kind of thing that you can have on in the background and be giving enough attention to what you're doing without loss of, without impact on what you're doing. So I would, for example, if you're plain knitting or you're doing ribbing or you're doing something that's very repetitive and doesn't require huge amounts of brain power, that is a great time to be watching someone do something. If you're doing cross stitch, if you're doing something that is an intricate pattern, it's hard for your brain to give due concentration to both parties. Now, it's not impossible. So I'm just trying to work out, I need to put on that one to make the knot nearer the top. And I need to find your friend. You're around here somewhere. There you are. Right. You need to find something you can have on that is not too distracting, but at the same time is mildly interesting. Otherwise, you know, your brain just gets irritated by the noise in the background. And I suffer from this a lot, in that I don't like dead silence because my brain gets bored. But at the same time, some sounds, so like the other day, I had a streamer on. No, I had the TV on, didn't I? I had House on. And I had House playing in the background. And of course, the patient was screaming. Well, somebody screaming in your ear is really distracting. But normally, they're not screaming, so it's not normally an issue, you know? I was actually going to do this different. Wind back, people. Undo, Control Z, do it now. I was gonna do this one as cross twisty twist. Now I know in theory you'll go, I can hear you all going, but won't that mess it up? Well, technically it shouldn't, so but cross twisty twist makes more sense in my head, to be honest. And it's also a good chance to see what difference it really does truly make. Now, I need to pull you up, and I need to find you, because I want you out the way. Right, you do. Is it you two next? Yes. Cross, twisty. To you. Cross, twisty. See, this should make keeping the edge bits that I forgot to put in. Hang on, I forgot to put him in for some reason. There he is. Cross, twisty. You go here, like this. And I forgot to put, don't forget to put, because now you can see that the edge one is very much on its own. It's not floating around with a friend and getting all tangled and confusing. So, and because the twists come last, you will see them grouped in a pair, so you'll know which ones are together. Hence, cross twisty makes more sense to me. So, more pins. That's 5, not 4. Grab these and windy. Yes, this thread sucks. As I said, it seems to have loads of flaws in it, which means that it kind of catches and then, like, without a lot of pressure, and I really do mean without a lot of pressure, it just kind of snaps in half. But it's kind of strong, and then suddenly it's not. It's also not particularly well twisted, so that's not going to give it a lot of strength. But it is shiny, and it is silk-like. But I don't believe it's silk. I really struggle to believe this is silk, because silk is incredibly strong. And well, this is not strong. Now that could be preparation, it could be a whole manner of things, but silk as a whole is incredibly strong. Hence, silk work is often very, very fine, because it doesn't have to be thick to achieve strength, and of course it makes it look nicer. You know, if you think of, if you were going to make a silk shirt but you made it as thick as a thick cotton one, why? Whereas, you know, a true silk shirt that is really thin and shiny and all the rest of it is a thing of beauty. I used to have some silk shirts. I had some really nice silk shirts. I wonder what happened to them. Oh, fuck off. Just stay on the pillow. Stupid thing. Don't be doing that. It's right, the half hitch just immediately leapt off the rose and tangled itself amongst its fellow windings. This is quite a windy, curly bit of stuff. Put your hat back on. These are going to be a bit long, but more about that in a second. I've got pins, so see, I told you they were a bit long. You on that, right, cross, twisty, twisty. Where's that? Those knots, both knots together. So you need come up now. Hang on, that's a U knot. Where are you? You're you. Hide you up there, right? So cross, twisty, twisty. You're a bit short. You're a bit short. And you're a bit short. Cross, twisty, twisty. I saw you move. Thank you. Cross, twisty. And cross, twisty, twisty. Give me a fucking pen. Pin. Pin. Oh. If you hear snoring, you're right. You do hear snoring. But it is not me. Which is the little fairynesses. They are snoring. Stop being curly and twisting out the way and being awkward. Just time off. Wrong pinhole. feels kind of muggy. I guess the weather's trying to change again. Why is the back door shut? Did I not open the back door for you kids? I'm sure I did. Maybe that's what she was trying to tell me, was that stupid mum hadn't opened the back door. She should go out for a pee. Bless her. Oh, excuse me. Quickly checking something, hang on. Excuse me. always puzzled me. I mooch around websites quite a bit. And I've seen it a lot on eBay. So, someone will post, I don't know, doesn't matter what it is, knitting needles, crochet hooks, lace making bobbins, and they'll post a really stupid number, so like, 15 knitting needles. Well, you always need a pair, so, and the needles that you need a pair of, right? So you're kind of going, bit odd, never mind. And then that post runs out, and about a day after that one runs out, another post from the same person with like 7 knitting needles. So you could have sold them in pairs, right? And why didn't you post all of them, and then people could see if they wanted both lots to have, pairs? And but I see it so often. There was a load of, there was a load of bobbins up. I think it was 120 or something. And they were quite expensive, but, there was a load of bobbins up. And I thought about it. And then, suddenly, that finished yesterday, yesterday morning, they've literally just posted one of 61, basically all but identical to the ones they had yesterday. So why didn't you just post one big lot or 2 smaller ones and together? Why? Just having a quick look through some stuff. Sniffy nose. Right. I am beginning to run out of energy, so the stream may not go on hugely longer, but it is 5:30, so I haven't done you too short. It's been 3.5 hours, so let's keep going for a bit. But I do feel I am beginning to struggle to concentrate. Hence, quick stare at the phone. My brain needed a change of environment. this one needs a bit of a rewind because it's all baggy. The elastic band will catch. Pin. Let's put a pin in. Hey Yummy, how you doing? I've got runny nose. There we go. That's a bit fun. You have joined us for what I am lovingly referring to as Testy number 2. The reason I call it Testy is obviously not after the small round things that male friends people have. It is because if you are an employee, you have an employer. If you have a tester, you surely have a testee, right? And this has gone all wonky. Let's straighten that up a bit. I am lovingly calling it Testy number 2. Now, this is, you may recall, I made some strips and I joined them together. And I'm not hating on it, but I was not loving it either. I didn't look at it and go, holy shit, the world is, I have solved the universe. So, my brain, while doing other things, has been mulling over the concept as to how to achieve the perfect answer and not an answer. And, well, I think I cracked it. Which is... well, there is that. But I made this. Now, this is the smallest scrap of nothing, frankly. But, in theory, it represents life, the universe, and everything. Now, it is a very abnormal version of itself, in that nearly all lace has an edge. This particular style of lace usually has picots around the edge. Well, we don't want picots. We hate picots. On top of hating picots, I also needed these loops down the side that are pulled slightly out of shape. And just to prove a point, they do even out. They do even out if I pull them, right? They do even out. Have to be single threads. Because when we did the torsion one, and we did a very similar to what we're doing, in that one would go off at the edge and kind of come out leaving a loop. Well, it wasn't one, because they travel in packs, they go in pairs. Well, this is pairs, but this is not pairs at the same time. And this is demonstrated by the fact that the stitch that binds the mesh together is one-sided. You do a cross, so this bobbin is swapped with this one, so these two in the middle move, and then they stay where they are. But that's it. You then move on. So only one bobbin is moving at a time. And because one bobbin moves at a time, you have this kind of path. So cross, twisty, twisty. Like this. And you get to this side and, well, I've only got the one. Why have I only got the one? Well, cross, twisty, twisty. Put in a pin. But now this one can go off and be a loop of one and come back for next time. Thus giving me the loops of one to wind the joining thread round to make it two, making it the same as its friends. Ergo, the join should be damn near invisible. Now, obviously, the join does depend on my cack-handedness, my awkward sewing, and the fact that these strips are as fragile as hell. I mean, joining the other ones, which were, well, as wide as this is, but this is not. This was going to be one of the strips, but I cocked up the placement. Well, it does. Hence, we have made incredibly small testy part A, which will be used to try and join to testy part 2 and see how it goes, because I didn't really want to do a lot of it in case it doesn't work. I also kind of wanted to change. Now, two different styles of lace are exactly the same except for one small manner. When I joined 4 of these bobbins together, I did cross, twist, twist. On this one, I did twist, twist, cross. And my brain was finding that awkward because I found it very difficult to see what pairs were together. Whereas in this one, you'll see they hang in pairs because the last thing they did was be twisted together. Whereas in this one, they were forced apart. Well, they weren't, but they hung in straight lines. And, well, then they kind of hung. And, you know, given any particular bobbin, you could not see where its friend was. With this, they hang in pairs, making it considerably easier to find the other bobbin that you want, because, well, it's attached to it. So when you know, I'm not going to say that these two are the right bobbins, but if I was, if I'm looking to join two bobbins, I've got two pairs, and it's either this pair or this pair that join together. And, well, because, they're twisted together, and you go off and do your thing. So from that point of view, it's a lot easier to keep control of. And the style of lace that I'm mimicking normally does twist, twist, cross. But you can do cross, twist, twist. They just call it a slight variant on a theme. So it's not immoral and breaking thousands of their rules, and it's not a religious thing. I'm not playing to the wrong god. I am just doing it in a slightly different order. And if this helps my poor brain cell, well, then it's a thing, right? Because this, even if this is the true answer to my life, the universe, and everything, if it costs 1,000 sanity points to do it, i.e. it will drive me insane, it's not the answer. It is the answer, but it's not what's going to happen, right? Because, well, I'm not prepared to give up my sanity for the sake of it all. And because, that can be a thing. If I said, knit me a jumper out of these tiny threads, technically, very doable. But the number of stitches you need, the fact that this is supposed to be silk, but it is at least shiny and slippery, but I'm not convinced it's silk. But, all of those kind of aspects, well then, it can become again, what if I said now do it in black, right? Because we all know that knitting with black is evil, as is crochet, right? As is lace making, actually. Black threads are evil. So, with all of that in mind, the sanity points do count. So if by doing it in this order, I will lose significantly less sanity points, then it's a thing. It is truly potentially more of an answer. So part A is done in one way, part B is done the other, and there is going to be technically a noticeable difference between the two. For in one, the pin goes at the bottom, and in the other, the pin goes in the top of the hole. Well, once again, because I'm not going to be paid for it, because I am not presenting it to the king, because, it has to be fairly practical. For I'm doing this in my spare time and holding down a job. I cannot spend a couple of weeks at the sanatorium, to get over it. So, it's got to be practical, because I'm going to be making strips that are about a metre long. And, well, that, frankly, is kind of disturbing. And the part of the reason I am confident that this is not silk is because it's done just what it always does, or it likes doing at least, which is, I go to tie a knot and it snaps. Silk is way stronger than this. So I'm not confident that this is the silk that it said I was getting. Well, it is the things that it said I was getting, but I'm not confident that they were accurate in claiming that it's silk. However, shiny, slippery, and very silk-like, if nothing else. So perhaps it is more humanely, it is like plant-based milk, it is slightly more ethical from that point of view. Because much as I am a meat eater and I'm not vegan, and I do still feel strongly about cruelty to animals, I just also have to eat them. But the way you get silk is quite unpleasant. Even though it is a beautiful thing, you kill thousands of animals to do it. Because they generally boil them alive. So from that point of view, if this, and bear in mind the price of this was very affordable, I'm not convinced this was silk. I was kind of not expecting it to be proper silk. But it does act a lot like silk, but it's not, there's just something not quite right about it. And I wound it on the bobbins to do a test, and it broke. It's a bit of a bitch, and I've got quite a lot of it. So I thought, screw it. As I've already got it on bobbins, it'll be good for a test. So here we are. It is, but it is not ideal. So as you'll see as I go down this, instead of doing twisty twisty cross, I am doing cross twisty twisty. So that is the only real change of direction that goes on. So this isn't as strong as the other kind of lace, and strength is a concern, to be honest, because if I spend months making a net curtain out of it, first thing I don't want to do is hang it up on the window and watch it fall apart, because there will be tears. There'll be significant tears at that. It's the same with the finishing and the fact that I've been gluing the knots. I am not spending all this time working on this stuff to have it fall apart. I just haven't. And if that means I end up gluing some knots, bite me, you know? I know it's not traditional. I know it's not normal. But sanity points. I am not prepared to lose that many sanity points. Shut up. By not. You know? Because you can imagine that if I opened up my tin of 7 squares and the first one had fallen apart already, or I managed to join them together and before I even hang it up on the window it falls apart, one knot gives way, or because I will have to wash it before I do that. So imagine it looks good, I put it in some warm soapy water to rest because it will be a fairly non-agitated washing, but you know, and I then give it a gentle little nah to agitate it slightly, and the whole thing just kind of goes I will be not heard of again. Because I will have been arrested for profanity. It's just not a thing, right? There is just no way my level of sanity will cope with that. However, so sanity points are definitely a thing. I almost need to make a counter on my screen that kind of goes, today we have added sanity points by things going well and had a bit of dopamine, or we've lost sanity points. A bit Call of Cthulhu style, you know, you have lost sanity points. And when there's enough loss of sanity points, you gain a neuroses. Because there is a kind of element of truth in that, let's truly be honest. So let's not get too carried away, because I want to start some hammer snake. Where am I going to do the snakes? If that's halfway, that bobbin, that pin is halfway. Let me find a pokey pin with a bobble. This is, as far as, damn it, this pin here is halfway. So I've got a couple of rows underneath that, so that's good. Because you need a little bit of something to hang on to start with before you start doing weirdy stuff. So we're good to keep going down here at this point then. And you'll notice I've only got 3 bobbins left on the left. This is part of the trick. This is what came to me in a dream. So I've got to do this one, which is normal. And then you do like half a one. Seriously, you just do half a one, as you will soon see. So I do this. And that doesn't seem right. It's because it's not. I made a mistake further back. Somewhere. About here by the looks of it. Yeah. About here. Because there's 6 pairs of bobbins. So it's actually this one that's wrong. Use the wrong pairs here. So twisty, twisty, cross. No, it's you. There you go. Because you shouldn't have a post effect afterwards. So twist, cross, twisty, twisty. Like that. Cross, twisty, twisty. Like that. Cross, twisty, twisty. Like this. And now it's all adding up. So, cross, twisty, twisty. This goes in here, like that. And then you grab another pin to make the loop for this thread here that does nothing in particular, which gives you your loops at the edge. So now I only have the one, so that when I want to sew up and I need to twist round this, there will now only be 2, like all of its friends. You see, I have solved. Now it does mean it looks really scraggy and shit, and it is very delicate and fragile, because the actual thread here, if I put an elastic around it, you will spot that it actually only goes there and back again, there and back again, there and back again, because all of the vertical ones do that. They go there and back again. Because you do a cross, so this one crosses over, and then they end up back where they are. So next time round, these cross again, and they're back where they started. So every 2 rows, you're back where you started. Which is fine, but it does mean that it's not got the strength, but it also makes it a lot more stretchy. So I had to lick this one, more professionally wet this one, but I licked it because it's small. I stuck it on my tongue for a second and made it wet for it to kind of stop shrinking into a bit of a kind of screwed up square of nothingness. But one thing that is kind of noticeable, because like I said, because the top ones, it's not stretchy that way, but it is much more stretchy side to side, because obviously, well, there's more room for it to wiggle. So I'm a little concerned that the weight of the curtain, but obviously because if you make it the right way up, so you don't work from, say, side to side, you work from top to bottom or bottom to top, doesn't really matter. It shouldn't stretch too much. Have fun, Yummy. Speak to you soon. So yes, we are making considerable progress. But it is also 6 o'clock, and I am hungry. And I have a little puppy dog who's big, oh cutie boy. And yeah, my little man. Yay! Sugar Bear's still here! Yay! Oh, Amy! Trample, trample, ow, eat! You're not supposed to stand on that. The men will understand that dog paws have an amazing ability to find things that they shouldn't stand on. But what you don't understand is, yours is at least in your lap. There is at least a little more understanding as to why the dog paws are in your lap. Why do they stand on boobs? I know, they've got like radar fucking homing pigeon style, and to the atom. If you've got a sore spot on your leg for, I know, you banged it into the edge of the desk, whatever, right? And they stand on it, you move their paw, and literally to the atom, put their paw back right on the same sore bit, and it's like, you know, I'm not a skinny girl. There's room for. Madam, she's got her ass sitting on my left shoulder, with her paws using my boobs as footrests. Madam, this is not ladylike. You are not a parrot. No, you're not a parrot. And also, that is not a footrest. No. No, it's not. Out, out, eat, claws, out. Well, you chose to get your butt up there. Strange child. Definitely a few bonios short of a box, that one. Didn't she, Rory? A few bonios short of a box, that one. I love her dearly, but she is definitely a bit short somewhere. She skipped handing out a brain cells day. How many more pairs of bobbins we got? Well, not too many, actually. Let's have a quick count. Hang on. If I've got 4 a thing, that's 1, 2, 3. I've got 3 more pins of bobbins to launch into the universe. Let's get all our bobbins loaded before it makes us feel good. I'm only doing half a strip because, well, it came to me in a dream, and frankly it could still be an utter national disaster, but it has great promise at this time. It truly does. I mean, it looks really mangled, and I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't look particularly mangled, and obviously it is a challenge for the greater good. But should it prove good, we will. If when I come to join these, it goes so well, I will definitely stop at the 9th square. I feel like the golfer. We will stop at the 9th hole and convert to strips. We will have to have finalised what we want in our strips other than I'm a snake. For all of you who do not understand why I keep doing the stupid voice with it, go to YouTube and search for I'm a snake, and you'll see this weird looking bloke with a snake hat. It's about 1 minute and 82. You only really need to hear the first 3 sentences, and he goes, I'm a snake. I'm a snake. I'm a slithery snake. And he does that, right? And, you know, he looks a bit of an idiot, but that's fine. Hello, I'm copying him. I look even more stupid. But we made this. Now, this is torsion and has double thread loops on the edge. But this holds its shape better. But they do look very similar to a large extent. I mean, I haven't really got space to give you both side by side. There we go, cram it in. They do look pretty similar. Let me zoom in a bit. So you can see, hang on, chunk. I mean, this one shrivels up a bit more, but they do look pretty similar. I mean, this is a bit more square, this is a bit more circly, but I want to do the, I'm a snake. I didn't invent the snakes, But when I asked on the beginner's bobbin thing, and it's got some really experienced lacy people in it, I asked about waves because I could have sworn I saw a picture with the waves in. And everyone kind of went, no, I don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean. The moment I made one of the ladies who basically maintains an online Bible of stitches, techniques, and other things for free, she's a great lady, went, can I put that on my website? Well, yeah, it's just a bunch of spiders. I mean, it's not like I've, invented the universe here. I haven't split the atom. I have used a technique that my brain's... Now, no one had kind of thought to put it together the way I have to make the waves, and the waves have proved amongst the community to be quite popular. People are really pleased, and when said lady produced a pattern that has got the waves in it, she did her waves in a different colour, and I could do my waves in a different colour because the threads, the 3 pairs that come in here to his head, then go out to this one, that come out to this one. So it is the same 3 pairs that go the full length of the thing. So you can kind of put a colour in. Shut up, dog. Everyone was going, oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. I do feel slightly knocked that her website does not credit me for putting it together and showing her how it was done. But, it is not my invention. But what it is that if you look at, because technically this is strip number 1, if you look at the shape made in this cluster here, you can see the wave effect that my brain saw. My brain just then obviously filled in more of it. Now this is known, these things here, I've tried many of them because, well, A, boredom, B, can, alright? All of these spiders that, here, shut up, Amy, this is why you annoy me. You have this really annoying level whiny voice. But because my brain had seen how if you don't have a layer of this stitch, because obviously this line is formed by a stitch, right? Because you don't have a layer of these stitch between the spiders, it doesn't hold the legs in place. So they bunch together and form this kind of thick band that then attracts your attention to it. And I don't like spiders. I absolutely don't. Now, oddly enough, I do like this. Not that you can see it. Hang on. Let me move because I'm zoomed in. I do like this one. I do, because it's got a nice square edge and a fairly defined body but not too crowded. I do kind of like this. This bottom one here, I like it because it's just kind of crossy, but it kind of, meh. This is ugly. This one I don't like at all for some reason. Didn't overly like this one because of how it bowed in and out, but it is a bit more flowery. Maybe that's probably why. This one didn't bow in as much for some reason. Just didn't. But the join on this one, as you can see, there is this bold line down the middle. Now, it still have the holes, so it's very much in pattern. And this is back up the plan. It's all right, Rory. It's all right. The box slid off the cushion and hit you gently on the back. It didn't kill you. It's not a mass poisonous snake sneaking up on you. It's all right. Oh, dear goodness. It's all right. You weren't even asleep. You were just kind of lying there being quiet, and it slowly slid down the thing and came to rest on your back. It didn't even hit you, really. It just gently brushed against you. Yes, you're being a pansy. Yes, you are. You're a big, fat, hairy wuss bag. Yes, you are. You're my big, fat, hairy wuss bag. Yes. You are a crackhead. You are. You are a crackhead. But you're also my crackhead. And I do love you. I love you slightly more when you're not sticking your bony ass paws into things that are not designed to have bony ass paws. So, this is backup plan number 1. Because I don't hate it. I think the join is quite elegant, but it is still a join. These, because these have single threads for the loops on the edge, although they are easily misshapen, well, when I add the second thread to join them, because this technically has, these lines have 2 threads on. When it comes to the middle, there's 2 threads and 2 threads, and then a 5th thread kind of zigzagging its way up the middle. So hence, it looks a bit fat, because, well, it's fat. In doing these, I know they're a lot smaller. It says they're off screen. Hang on. There you go. Doing this, because these are single threads, and I will not be overlapping them, but putting them side by side, and then faking basically the bit that would go between them. These will only have 2 threads each. And before you ask, I could potentially do that with the torsion one, which is why there is strip number 3 on my other pillow, because I was going to try and see how much that shows up. In that, is 3 threads really as bad as 5? Because in logic it shouldn't be. That's what I was originally going for, but I went with this one that I've done first because it's a little bit more stable. Do not push the cushion with your paw, thank you. But in doing these, it will mean that there is 2 threads getting twisted in basically the same way it would be as when made, and that the crossing of the threads is done by the thread that goes up one side, because it will snake between the 2 sides and then come back snaking the other way. Obviously at opposite points, so it makes more like a figure 8, but it will go down. So the cross will be made by the thread that I add to it to join them, so it should be utterly invisible. And I mean properly invisible, not just like this one, which is in pattern and looks like a deliberate portion of the work. So this, I'm really happy with these. I'm really glad with how it came out. I love the snakes. I would have to, if I stick with this, I do have to work out what I'm going to do for the pattern in between the snakes, because the snakes is going to stay. That is my current vein of thought, is that the snakes will stay. Do I want it to remain this busy? Because while at this size, zoom out, while at this size, this doesn't look too busy. If you imagine now, meter long with say 6 or 7 of these strips side by side, it is quite busy, but it's still not ridiculous. But it does mean that in terms of working it, you're always not far away from doing another thing in the middle, right? Whereas if you have a big chunk of this, I mean, the same with this. If I had made this just a plain square, it would have seemed to take forever because, well, it's very repetitive. Having the slight differences in it does help. Now, I don't like these so much. So maybe just one big spider, but I don't really like spiders. Need to play with that. But having something big interlaced with something small definitely is a thing. But this is the problem. You can only really decide whether you like it by doing it. Drawing on a piece of paper, everything looks possible on a piece of paper. But But like this spider in this, the spider in this looks a little worse for wear. Now this is known as what's known as a cathedral square arch, and it's kind of twisting. It looks slightly off center, and it's kind of, but normally I like cathedral arches. This one, not so much. Maybe that's me, but I think we will try on this one. We're going to do a bit of a snag to check that the snakes still work properly done like this. I'm more confident now that they will, because the top of this spider looks good, keeps the 3 legs. Obviously this keeps the 3 legs together, well that's going to be the case anyway. So I do have fairly high hopes. I just kind of want to prove it to myself that the hammer snag would still work and give us our edges, because in effect this pattern can be done in this style is what I'm aiming at. And so it's not like, you know, if I stick with this I can just keep going, but I would just need to make this pattern a lot longer and print it out a bunch so that it's so it goes twice round my roll so that it joins back up at the top, and then just keep going till it's a metre long, really. So I'm pleased with this. I really am. I really like how this join went together. Hence, already knowing that the squares will now bug me because there's a better way. But this way should be perfect. It's just a question of sanity points, and well, I'm a bit short on sanity points, I think, frankly. Sanity points are something that I'm you know, not exactly having great spares in, so I do kind of need to protect them a little bit. I'm not dangerously low, I just, you know, don't want to start the slippery slope downwards. But we shall see, we shall see. I do kind of want to go out in the garden and play ball with the dog a bit before it gets dark. Alexa, what time's sunset?
Sunset will be at 8:40 p.m. today.
Okay. Only got a bit then. What time is it? 20 past 6. A couple of hours. Let's get a move on to putting these bobbins on. Seems to be a lot of black dog hairs on my cushion. Why are there a lot of black dog hairs on my cushion? Rory? I mean, there are some white ones, which are more likely her than him. But and there are a couple of brown ones, but there are a considerable number of black ones. Well, yes. Because they're not mine. They're mine by proxy, I guess, but they're not. I am not responsible for them. I did not create them. Nor have I lost them. It's a bit short. This is the only problem with these elastics, is that sometimes you roll them off and they get caught in everything. Now you're too long. Yep, but never mind, it's closer. Right. Sit still. The mice in Nova Scotia have moved. It is fine. There's no one in the road. No one is coming to steal your bonios. No one is going to take your... No one is going to flay you alive. No one's even coming with food for me. So, you know, let's wind it back a bit. And for those who are not aware, we have a second bank holiday this month at the end of the month, which is also a Monday, because most of the bank holidays that we have in this country are Mondays. The only ones that aren't are Good Friday and Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Obviously, because, well, they are whatever days of the week they turn out to be. So. How have you done this, Bobbin? How have you achieved? You have snuck over the top, haven't you? Yes, you did. If you were bad, Bobbin. Come on. Let's undo this. Come on. So, you get 2 twists on you to bind you together, and then cross, twist. Where's your sin hat on? Pin in. I hallucinated that that pin was bent then. A sign that at the end of this oh, sit still, please. Why is it just as everyone gets company, always one of the dog leaps up like someone shot them in the butt? Because at this rate, they will be shot in the butt and it'll be me. I don't have a gun, before you ask. Just as well, because if I did, I don't think there'd be that dog out the back. Or actually more likely the owner of the dog out the back. I might have some explaining to do. Mrs. lives out back with her yappy slipper dog called Bailey, as it turns out. And Bailey is a little kind of West Highland white sized, maybe a bit smaller, fluffy thing that clearly doesn't come when called. Which, you know, that's a thing with dogs. But when she just stands by her gate and goes, Bailey, 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 literally like that. Yeah. Between me and my neighbour, it's just as well we don't have any weaponry of long distance velocity, because one of the two would have gone. Most likely her, to be honest. Because we like animals. Now, we appreciate that the frustration comes from the animal. But when you just stand there for like 20 minutes going, Bailey, 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 Bailey. Yeah. Get off your ass and get the damn dog. It is clearly ignoring you. And, you know, we appreciate the dogs will do that because we are dog owners. But stop just screaming at it and go and get it. I'm lucky. I'm further away than my neighbour. So I don't hear as much of it as she does. Or as they do, more accurately. Because I have a married couple living next to me. They're both really, really nice. But I do know that, you know, it is just as well that we have gun laws here. Because she wouldn't be a problem by now. One of us would have had her. I jest, but at the same time, you know how it is. I have gone out and yelled at her. I got kind of a round of applause from my neighbour. So, you know, it's... You know, when you can stop doing what you're doing, get to the bottom of the garden and yell at her and the dog still hasn't come to her, well, it's not coming, love, you know? Go to plan B. Go and drag the dog in, you know? Tell it off. Because that's one of the big differences that, you know, between me and my neighbour and her, is that if one of our dogs is barking in the garden, you know, it's allowed a couple of woofs because, you know, there might be something to bark at. But then there'll be, that's enough now. And then if it doesn't shut up, kind of follows it, right? For we do not need to be the neighbour with the consistently barking dog. This person, however, does not share these ideas, and her dog can bark for 8 hours. Which I'm sure you'll understand gets a bit much. It doesn't matter how much of a pet owner you are, listening to another dog bark for 8 hours is trying. Same with children. You know, I am the intolerable, by the way. I am the neighbour that will say something. I was round when my ex-husband was living in his dad's house because his dad had passed away and he was sorting it out. I was round there one afternoon. And it was a beautiful day, so the patio doors were open. Now, much like my garden here, his dad's garden was not particularly long. And at the end of the garden, which feels like only feet away, there clearly were children having a lovely afternoon. But there's having a lovely afternoon, and then there is shrieking. Now, cheering, making a bit of noise, I quite enjoy that. Shrieking, however, I have a low shrieking tolerance, apparently. And it was kind of like, either die of it or shut up, you know. Because obviously, I don't know, maybe there was cold water being splashed. I have no idea what was going on. But they were having a whale of time. There was clearly quite a lot of them. So it was a bit of a party kind of thing going on. And 3 hours of this shrieking was more than plenty. And so Liz said something. And Trev's like, you can't say that. And I'm like, why not? If they can make all that shrinking noise, I can make one sentence in return. Yeah, Trev, you don't be pretending you're better than me on that one, you know. You've done far worse than making one loud sentence. Got bits of thread everywhere. The tails that I'm chopping off, I've got quite a few tails of threads everywhere. Got this little kind of mound, but it just tried to escape. And I mean, when I say I've got a mound, I mean I can't pick them all up because they're short, but I've got this mound of, and then there's a load of shorter bits. And of course they're all really light, so they move in the faintest of swish of a tail, etc. Hat and lick and knot. And the bloody thread just broke again. What you doing? Yes, you. Why were you upstairs? What were you doing? Yes. You do know I can hear you, right? Little black dogs. There is something that is very true about little black dogs. All little black dogs. Now, I'm not talking dogs with black spots. I am talking predominantly black dogs. All of them. Every dog I've ever known that was predominantly black utterly believes you cannot see it at all. That it is absolutely invisible. And it will act like you can't see it. So if it knows it's not supposed to say get on the couch, it will very slowly climb on the couch. Like it will take 3 or 4 minutes to climb onto the couch. You know, almost as if you'll only notice it when there's movement kind of speed, right? Similarly, if it is already on the couch and you're busy and it wanted a hug, it will spend 3 or 4 minutes climbing under your arm to be kind of half under your arm and in a hug position, thinking you can't tell. Similarly, if it wants the dinner off your plate, it will stand there and slowly kind of stick its tongue out, and you're like, you do know I can see you, right? I mean, you are not actually invisible. For you are here, I can see you. But they do. They all black dogs seem to think that you can't see them. Which I find amusing. Just because they really do seem to believe you can't see a black dog. Which makes me wonder about their eyesight. Because obviously we all know that dogs don't see colour the way we do, but they do see something. because dogs will have a favourite colour. Now, is it because they see a favourite hue in the colour? But dogs definitely do believe that if you're black, you can't be seen. Now, obviously, at night in the dark, this is kind of true. But in blissful daylight with the lights on, and kind of, we can see you. Also, especially when you're sticking your bony ass paws in soft bits, then, well, I am very aware of your presence, thank you, because, well, you're making it felt by sticking your bony ass paws in my soft bits. I need to go one more over on this one, don't I? And the final bobbin. So I mentioned this earlier on my stream. I have put up I put entries in my schedule. Now, these are not guaranteed hard and fast promises of existence. The Friday one is kind of a promise. I will do every endeavour to be here at 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Every other day is subject to change, boredom, weather, tiredness, diet, dog, frankly, can't be bothered, whatever, right? But those are the approximate times for which I would like to be attending here, so that it can give you an idea of, obviously, as I've said before, and you're tied around too much. You've tied around a bobbin, a pin rather, that you shouldn't be around. How do they do this? They're so amazingly adept at getting caught on pins. Except for when you want them to. So this is my plan. I do hope to be here every day. There is a chance I will take days off during the week, depending on how work went. I haven't entirely figured out the schedule thing. So, for example, I couldn't work out how to necessarily point out that today I could do a Sunday time stream because, well, it's, yeah, so I don't, because you can kind of go every Monday, every Tuesday, every Wednesday, but you can't do like every weekday, or, that you have to do them individually. And then if I want to change one, can I? I don't actually know. So it is a little bit of an open plan existence at this time. But we will be endeavouring to try and keep the schedule. Discord will hold more of the answers, so if you're not part of my Discord thing, !Discord, and you can find out and join the joy over there. It is mainly used for notifications. There is a chat group, but it is not, I don't have that many people in it, so it is not like you should be too spammed with chat, although obviously the more of you join, the more chat may appear. That's not necessarily a wrong thing. I do post in the announcement stroke kind of news group sometimes. But not very often. It is mainly the stream has started, so it is a better notification than Twitch. But I have now introduced all my bobbins. I'm feeling pleased with that for this small testy square. It looks so much bigger like this, but there we go. Feels like it shrunk quite a lot, which again, if it shrinks, that could be bad, because that makes working out the size harder. But I do think that washing it and blocking it, and maybe a bit of spray starch, could be the solution to that. However, I am going to leave you, for I want to put some food on. I want to play ball with the dog in the garden, because while there's still a bit of light, I had the grass cut yesterday, so it is not too long to play ball, although I've got to be careful because she might hurt herself, so maybe not. But thank you for joining me. I'm going to quickly look and see if there's anyone else to hand you over to, out of politeness. So let me quickly look to see if there's anyone to raid of my friends. Silver Dragon's playing V Rising. No, is the short answer. So none of the lacy, crafty people, other than, so as I say, Silver Dragon's been, but he's playing a game, so it's kind of a bit of a serious right hand twist on that one. But yeah, I will see you tomorrow. It's Tuesday. I'll be back at work. Prepare for the incoming grumps, and I bid you a good bank holiday Monday. It's May Day here, obviously, first Monday of the month. And as a reminder, there's another one at the end of May. Hallelujah! 3-day weekends. We love them. Free time off. Everybody loves a good national holiday. So be good. Take care. Don't do anything I wouldn't. By the way, that doesn't limit you that much. Other than eating green vegetables. And I shall see you tomorrow. Keep an eye on the schedule. Bye-bye.